A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you once again to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, where we have a very interesting day. This could very well be the last day of this third round encounter in the West Indies Championship Series between the Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As we welcome you to the Oval once again, the target is 247 to win, and the Leeward Islands, batting a second time, will resume at 13 without loss, hoping to come from behind and complete a most remarkable victory. And as I say, good morning to Joel Manning. Speaking of coming from behind and astonishing performances, they basically bowled themselves into a situation where they could win this game when it looked anything but when they got bowled out yesterday evening, for 154.
Good morning, Ruskin. Good morning to the viewers out there around the world. Yes, indeed, they have clawed their ways back into this encounter, bowled their way back into this encounter, bowled out the Barbados Pride for 78. Something that when they went out to bowl, we did not think would have happened. We didn't have it on our bingo card yesterday, but Devon Thomas 5 for 22 and Raheem Cornwall, the ever reliable, 5 for 19 is the reason why the Leewards are batting here now today at the start of day 3.
And needing 234 to complete this unlikely comeback. This one is out of his legs. He's trying to clip it on the onside, and the ball ends up just behind the slip cordon. He was trying, that's Karen Powell, trying to work it through the onside, as we saw Dominic Drakes operating from the top end of the commentary box and to start things off this morning. And he, I think, will be key. He needs to rediscover the form that he had in his second spell yesterday that helped him pick up those 3 wickets, and he deserved more than 3 based on how well he bowled.
Yeah, Dominic Drake certainly will be key, and more than likely in partnership with Jerry McAllister from the other end also.
Right in behind it is Powell pushing up, and that could be a single, possibly 2. And they thought about it, and then that's bad running, because clearly there was an opportunity for a second run there. Shane Mosley was just ambling behind it, and but Munston Hodge wasn't too convinced, and he decided against it.
I certainly thought there could have been 2 there. It was well timed by Kieran Powell, not really pushing out it, just allowing that ball to come to him, and just lacking a bit of urgency, you would have to say, at the start of the morning. Could have been a comfortable 2 there, but a single which brings Munston Hodge into strike. He just got 6 in the first innings. He's 9 now.
And he's the one who I think early on could hold the key here to set the tone for this innings. Coming forward, and they're going to get a quick single, but I don't think he was in total control. However, he got enough bat on it and was able to squeeze out a single. So one by one, they're doing the job on rotating strike, which I think is key, especially early on. You don't want to get bogged down at one end and then give the bowlers the opportunity to operate at the same batsman, 5-6 balls at a time.
Yeah, this morning, that first hour that we often talk about, I think it needs to be a period whereby you mix that intensity with good ball leaving skills, as well a bit of patience.
Here he is again, and there's a stifled appeal, but you could see Powell coming across the stumps and trying to whip it through the onside. And that is part of, I suppose, that will be the plan, is to force him to make that shot, because he tends to put that right foot, and then he has to play around the pad. And he could very well end up in problems with that, especially against Drakes, who tends to swing the ball and pitches it up to him as much as possible.
Yeah, they're now asking Zachary McCasey to come from that slip region towards what it looks to be a short mid-wicket.
He's nibbling at one outside the off stump, and again, it's good bowling, because he's asking Kieran Powell to come at him outside the off stump, and you can see him rehearsing that sort of leave alone, playing inside the line of the ball. Now, when you put the man at that mid-wicket position, chances are the batsman may not really want to play that shot anymore. I would have left that gap open there and encourage him to make the shot. And that same slip cordon is really what I was hoping for, because if he's swinging the ball away from him, and here he goes again, and really, Kieran Powell living dangerously here, which is totally unnecessary at this point. At the end of the over, the first of the morning, it's 15 without loss.
Well, Powell's certainly showing how he probably intends to go about this innings here. The start of the morning, probably hoping to put Dominic Drakes off of his lines and lengths fairly early. However, as you mentioned, he is living fairly dangerously as the start this morning will be extremely crucial for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I was having a conversation a little earlier this morning about the fact that I just think that it just takes two partnerships to get something like this done. If you get two partnerships of roughly just 100, more than 100, all of a sudden you look at that total, that's 200 out of it already, and you just need a couple of guys to come and give you the 20s that they've been giving you before. And I think this pair of Monson Hodge and Kieran Powell is extremely important to that. If we look back at some of the scores that Hodge has gotten in this first class tournament, 37, 31, 20, 23 and 34, he's gotten starts, and they need that here from here today. That 6 he got in the first innings is the lowest one that he's gotten for this first class tournament. So if he can get up to that 37 mark in partnership with Kieran Powell, who could also probably get up to that 30 as well, all of a sudden they were around 60, 70, and things look a little easier. Partnership gets a little closer to that 100 that they need.
Well, McAllister is going to pick up the attack from the bottom end, and is on his way. And Hodge is nibbling at one outside the off stump. That's a good ball to start with. First up, it touched down just outside the off stump, and a little extra bounce as well, and just moving off the seam and going through to be taken by the keeper. He did play at it, and but again, he's playing at a ball, Joel, that he doesn't need to play at.
True.
We saw that this morning with the Australian batsmen. A lot of them got out caught in the slip cordon, out behind the stumps, playing at deliveries that they didn't really need to play at. Short ball pulled away, and of course that's bread and butter stuff for him, and he's going to live or die by that aggressive approach of his. And he picks up another boundary here. He quickly goes on to 14. It's 19 without loss.
A very commanding shot there by Monson Hodge. Short in length from Jerry McAllister. He pounces on it very quickly, got into position, transferred that weight well, and pulled it for a nice boundary out towards that mid-wicket position. So both batters showing the intent this morning very early. It's worked for them in inverted commas thus far.
And the thing is, you probably said play a natural game outside the off stump too far this time to entice him, and but that's the kind of the restraint that Hodge has to show. You just hit a nice boundary, and you don't want to get caught up in the moment. This is not a T20 game. You have 2 days to try to get 247 runs. That alone should register in your mind. If I bat until T, even if we don't get the 247 by then, we'll be close. And that, to me, that is how they have to approach this on his legs, and missing a good chance. That was a nice opportunity for him to probably get a couple of runs or even a boundary down to fine leg, but misses it entirely. And to me, that is the mental part of the game now that we're dealing with here. We know they have the shots, but do they have that mental fortitude to rein in their natural play and do what is needed in these circumstances?
Yeah, it's just about picking that right delivery.
And this is a ball that it's a no ball signaled by the umpire, and the height at which it passed the batsman, I suppose, but he was trying to probably go for a yorker there, and he got it all wrong, and we're going to have to do it over.
This is what you get with the rawness of Jerry McAllister. He has that pace, but at times he's just a bit wayward. And for Jerry McAllister, I think it's very important for him and for Barbados Pride for him to line it up just get it wicket to wicket here at the start of the morning.
This one is wide again, and well taken again by Dorridge, tumbling over in front of first slip. When you're a first slip fieldsman and you see a ball like that coming at you, you're so glad that there's a wicketkeeper who could come and take it.
Indeed, especially the pace that McAllister has. He's worked up some good steam across the matches that he's played thus far. But like I said, I just think that he's better served trying to get it wicket to wicket this morning.
And here he goes again. This is a short ball, and Hodge is trying to access that mid-wicket boundary again. And if unfortunately, or should I say fortunately for him, he didn't make any contact and it went through to be taken by the keeper to end the over 20 without loss at the end of it.
Oh, the way that they've been swinging this morning, I believe that we're in for a show either side of it, whether or not Barbados Pride wrap it up before lunch or whether or not they lick off these runs before lunch. But it's going to be an exciting contest, and it's so interesting that when we just think back very shortly to yesterday, this was not the conversation coming out after lunch. This was not on the card. And once again, I have to say, I just love this game called cricket.
Yeah, the glorious uncertainties of the game of cricket. Here's Powell driving straight back past the bowler. Was in the air, but it was over his head. It's well struck, and that's going to be 4 more. Just getting into the boundary, just ahead of the fieldsman. In other words, it forces him to run the whole length, all the way to the ropes, only for the ball to beat him just fractionally. McAllister, I don't think, would have been happy having to make that chase, but it's 4 to Powell.
Yeah, for the purists of the game, that's a very delightful drive that from Powell. Dominic Drake would not like to see that replay. Lovely shot for Kieran Powell to pick up his first boundary of the morning.
At least he was going straight and not going across the ball. Outside of his legs, clipped away, glorious shot indeed, and he just hiked it over there, over that deep square leg position. It gone for 6.
Oh, into the high heavens that one went from Kieran Powell. The line was off there from Dominic Drakes, and in the mood that Kieran Powell is in this morning, he takes advantage of that. Just needed to get back onto it because Dominic Drakes has the pace already. The angle was already going across him, as you see here right about now. That angle was already going across him, so he just need to get that bat onto it. Whips it nicely, and he posits it into the stands here at the Queen's Park Oval. So things motoring along, moving along nicely, you would have to say, for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
It's up in the second deck, the first floor of the stand, and now a spectator having to climb the stairs to get up there, right at the Caribbean stand, and retrieve the ball for the Barbados Pride. So a lot of discussion around the field. We see a 3-man group here. We see the captain and the slip corner talking, and Powell and, of course, Munson Hodge also having a discussion mid-pitch.
Still a lot of runs to get, so I wouldn't necessarily say that there should be too many worries yet for the Barbados Pride. However, things can certainly get away from you if they get off to a flying start, and all of a sudden you have to find yourself pulling the game back, and that's something that I don't think they want to be doing here on day 3. So it's about getting it right very early in the morning.
And again on his legs, and I don't think that's where he really wants to concentrate. If anything, he probably needs to start that delivery closer to the off stump, and then operate from there, move it into him, move it away from him. And pretty much like what we saw from Mitchell Stark this morning, he was really firing it in there, and every batsman had problems playing him. And because he was moving the ball, he had that same curve that he has, and then he also has the ability to either straighten it or, as I say, move it across the right-handed batsman, which is what we're asking Drakes to do here. That's a good ball. It just doesn't pitch in line with the stumps, but at least it's close enough to interest Hodge, who showing good good patience here, and not being tempted to go for that big expansive drive that he so often unleashes.
It was interesting to see also with that particular delivery is how it died before it got to Shane Dowrich, and there were some conversations about how the pitch has been playing over the evening of yesterday and possibly into today, how it could play. And we're saying, it's been just a little up and down on occasions.
This time he's standing up and trying to play it down to third man, but it's nicely fielded there, not allowed to go down the hill, and they're not able to get that quick runs. That's Wickham running around there to do the fielding. And I think that's going to be a part of the game as well, Joel, that Barbados would have to be a tight one. Even though you might give away a few boundaries, but when you get the opportunity to stifle runs, you have to do it in the field as well. You have to take the catches when they're presented, and you have to try to cut off as many balls as you can. Outside the legs again, and Dowrich does well. He didn't take it cleanly the first time, but he was so alert, he was able to scramble back and stop it from getting away from him and maybe conceding a bye in the process. But that ends the over. It's 31 without loss.
Raskin, I want to tap into that knowledge that you possess. Yesterday, it was a case of, just looking at the screen now, a good take by Shane Dowrich, getting that early skip down the leg side, hopefully not doing any damage to those fingers. As a keeper, the ball doesn't necessarily get into the palm of that glove. Some damage could be done. But Ruskin, when we think back very quickly to yesterday, the position that Barbados were in was a very commanding position. However, they had that batting performance. How much does that affect them coming into today?
Well, it can, because I think a lot of them would have been disappointed. In fact, the coaching staff, I think Vasper Drakes would have been very upset with them yesterday for that type of a display. But he's also going to tell them there's nothing you could do about that now. That has gone. And now this is what we have to concentrate on today. So, and he would have drawn up plans, and he's looking for them to execute now. And that's a good ball, but it's a very well judged single as well by them. And so far, so good for the Leeward Islands, because they're doing all the things that you expect a team in a position like this to try to do. You get boundaries when you can, but you rotate strike as well in the process. And just to keep the fielding team on their heels a little bit.
Yeah, that's some good intensity shown there, because I remember we questioned that second run, the possibility of the second run. I was saying, maybe it was just, a bit lazy on their part. But since then, they've been taking what is on offer, and beyond that, calling early and putting that pressure slightly back on to the Barbados Pride, who I'm certain had different plans this morning, because all of a sudden, we have that deep
square leg.
Well, I would say in front of square, so a deep mid-wicket kind of a thing, yeah.
Edged down between third slip and the fourth slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Again, Hodge is playing away from the body. And now, if you notice, his initial movement was back. He didn't really go across initially, because I think with the same fieldsman there, in his mind, he's thinking short ball. So it's a kind of the trigger movement is here, and then he went fishing with the bat outside the off stump. He got a big edge, but it dropped, as you say, equidistant between the two fieldsmen.
Yeah, on that particular occasion. Actually, I think maybe in a lot more control than you might give him credit for there on that particular occasion, steering it through that gully region.
On the legs this time, and he does find the man out in the deep. So it's going to be, I suppose with Hodge, you kind of take what you get, because it's going to be a mixed bag from him. He will probably play and miss, and he will probably play some shots that you think, well, he shouldn't play. But if he stays, runs will come. And I suppose the Leewards probably have grown accustomed to that. So, they will probably take what they get.
Now, I guess it's a case of when you're out there, you see certain things happening, you back yourself in terms of certain shots that you believe that you have in your backpack.
Short ball again, and they're going to get a comfortable bye, a leg bye this time. As you could see Powell trying to help it down that left-hand side, down that leg side, but the ball striking him in the midsection, and they scamper a single. So it goes up to 38 now. So far, so good. They're pushing on quickly.
on that particular occasion, that one, I don't think really got up out of the surface there of a current party. Yeah, just a lot lower than he anticipated. And once again, that up and down nature, you might have to say, of the surface on that particular occasion.
Again, he's going after him. He gets it past the mid-on fieldsman. It's going to be a bit of a chase here. The ball is rolling, just stops in front of the boundary, and they're going to come back for the third run. So good running and good fielding as well. He had a long chase and just pulled it inside the boundary. But again, Hodge not afraid to play those horizontal bat shots, and like I said, he's going to live and die.
You live true to what they say about the Trini accent there, Ruskin, the sing-song nature of it, the roll in. But no, it was also interesting there too is where he pulled that delivery from. It was surprised to see he was actually able to get it wide of that mid-on position, because he was almost like a forward back pull, and that's because of how low the ball was on that particular occasion.
And again, trying to play again the ball on the onside. Powell getting struck on the pad, but no chance of him being out. It probably just too high anyway. But the end of another over from McAllister, 41 without loss at the end of it. So far, so good for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I almost think that pull shot could be a very risky one right now for both of those batters. If I literally think back to the last three balls, one to Karen Powell, he pulled over it, they got a single. One to Monson Hodge, he had a little low down pull type of scenario, got 3 runs from it. Then that final delivery there again to Kieran Powell, pulled at it, ball did not get up, I guess, in the way that he anticipated. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not that holds true for the remainder of the day, or if it's just that particular end of the ball is not necessarily getting out to the surface.
He goes again. That's a good drive. Nicely placed, but again, just hitting it too straight to Mosley, and he can't get it through. But that's good, positive intent there from Monston Hodge.
Yeah, good intentions there. Was in his half, was there to drive. And there's an interesting conversation going on right now between Dominic Drakes and Hodge. Obviously, Drakes is a very fiery customer. He's very interested.
And this was his home ground for a couple of seasons, so he would know the Queen's Park Oval very well. So I expect him to excel here. Again, touching down just outside the off stump, but good restraint showing there from Hodge, because he knows what Drakes is trying to do. And but I suppose in his mind, that one, to me, he was thinking that was the one going across him. But if he saw it, kind of held its own, straightened up, and came back not enough to hit the stump, but it was close enough to the stump to maybe cause a little bit of anxiety. But we'll see how Hodge deals with another delivery. Probably if he could pitch it in a similar location. This time it's on the legs. He's going to get a couple here as well, and comfortably as well for Hodge, because he placed it just to the side of the umpire, and the man had finally had a long chase to his left.
Yeah, what was interesting to note, if my eyes were correct, is that before that delivery that Monson Hodge left from Dominic Drakes, it was well left at that, but it looks like he changed his guard almost to a middle and off. It looked like, and then when he set up there, again, it looked like he had that same middle and off type guard.
The intent is to get closer to the field, to get closer to that off stump. Here he goes again. The man is out there, but the ball doesn't carry to him. So they set the trap for him. He almost fell into it.
Yeah, getting right in line there was Monson Hodge, but almost to his detriment, you might have to say. That Paul, and like I say now, is an interesting comparison between both ends now of the service. That particular one got up high. It stuffed him almost in the shot.
But it's like I said, it's how you've grown accustomed to him playing, and he's had success. He's had some success doing it, but it's also been his downfall. And that's a gift. A full toss just outside the off stump, low, and Kieran Powell cashes in. And would you believe now it's under 200 runs required, as that one went for 4 down to third man.
Yeah, just wide and full from Dominic Drakes. And Kieran Powell just needed to get bat onto it, as we can see here right about now. Just opening the face and steering it, guiding it through that backward of point region. Takes the score up to 48 now. And the run rate is currently 7.02 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
In behind this one, and that is good sensible batting there from Kieran Powell. He remains on 17-25 to Hudge. It's 48 without loss.
This is certainly how you seize your advantage, especially given that they were down, they were out, and nobody counted them in this contest after lunch yesterday. They came out with the ball. I had a chance to do a post-match interview with Devon Thomas about that 5 for 22 that he took yesterday. He talked about the team talk that they had coming back out and what management told them. He said no more than 120, no more than 130. So 78, they will definitely take that. And I think that talk might have spurred them on here. I wonder what he said to them at the start of this morning, or whether or not it had to do with the intensity and the manner in which they needed to go about getting the runs this morning, because it's been really good for them. Yes, they've been helped by some wayward bowling, would have to say, from the Barbados Pride, but at any day you must capitalize on it, and they've done just that this morning. And we're now going to see a bowling change in the form of Shamar Springer.
Which is good, because I didn't think that McAllister was firing as well as they anticipated that he would. So now let's see if Springer can do better. We all know that he can bowl a nagging line, a consistent line, and but when you get a batsman like like Hodge, and the mood that he looks like he's in, he could probably disrupt the best of them with his stroke play, or he could die trying to get on with things here. He just has the 2 slips on a gully, or a 4th slip, if you want to call it that, on his legs. That one is going to fly down here to a fine leg, and it's gone for 4.
Brilliant effort there by Kevin Wickham, but the effort was simply not enough on that particular occasion. Monson Hodge just getting enough back.
And Wickham has on the pads.
So that will certainly save his knees on that particular occasion. But that brings up the 50 for the Hurricanes. 52 without loss now. And just some 7.1 overs. Shamar Springer just guilty of that line there. Badly lined to start. And in the mood that Monson Hodge is in, he's not going to need much more of an invitation.
It really is an electric start here for the Leeward Islands. They started at 13 without loss, and in double quick time they've gone past 50, and they're looking for more, and another brilliant drive from Monson Hodge, and certainly he looks in the mood right now for a big one. He's 29, and boy, you get the impression if he bats any time till after lunch, close to tea time, we could be touching on that 248.
I did say we were in for a show this morning. It was a case of who would be the main act, and thus far it's the Hurricanes.
There's Hodge again, turning this one. He just seems like he just got a little bit outside the line of that one, played it on the onside instead of playing it with a straight bat back past the bowler. But at least he found the middle of the bat, which is a good sign. It means he's seeing the ball very well. The sun has come back with us this morning. It started a little bit cloudy, but it's getting brighter and brighter all the time, and certainly getting brighter for the Leeward Islands. Can they keep it going? Here is Hodge again, turning this one down to fine leg for an easy single. So he's finding ways to get runs right now, and as you said, the bowling a little bit inconsistent, and he's just taking advantage.
Yeah, it's almost at that stage whereby Barbados Pride are now in a position whereby they have to start reeling it back in, and that's something that they would not have wanted to do this morning, especially on the back of the batting performance that they had yesterday. It was almost a case of they wanted to throw away the book from yesterday and start on a fresh leaf, but it looks as if things have continued the same book here for the Barbados Pride this morning.
So the left-handed Powell is on strike now. He is in behind it. Thought for a moment of a quick single and then decided against it. But he again, and I think he could very well be the key to all of this. Hodge is going to be Hodge, as we all know. He's going to play shots no matter what. Powell, I feel, is the man because he could turn it on and turn it off. You know, he could stay if he wants to, and then he too could get crazy. But he don't need to go crazy because Hodge is going so well at the other end. You know, so he just needs to do his part but stay there. Driven brilliantly. Back past the bowler, that's 4 runs. I think he's chasing after it, but I think he's just messing up the aesthetics of that shot because that didn't deserve a chase. From the moment it left the bat, it had 4 written all over it. And that takes the score quickly on to 57. And he goes, that's Kieran Powell, goes to 21-30 to Hodge. And Joel, there's a left-hander. Now, I'm not sure if he ever made a shot like that, but he will join you next time and maybe tell you about his batting prowess and how many times he scored brilliant off drives like that in the past.
I will not dare enter into that conversation, but that was certainly a glorious straight drive there by Kieran Powell. He's a very experienced man at this level and levels above this, and the Leewards need all of that experience here today. A brilliant shot back down the ground, and it's been relatively easy going, you would have to say, for the Hurricanes, who seem to be in a rush. And one man has now rushed into the chair is Colin Murray.
Yeah, good morning to you, Joel. Good morning to everybody. Well, what has happened this morning? It's I would have thought that they would have been more a little circumspect, but threw that word out the window here as Dominic Drakes is going to continue. He's had 4 overs, none for 21 so far, but it's been all-out attack from Hodge, especially Hodge. He's on 30, and Powell is on 21. But I like the approach because, you know, they're not going to prod and push and get the singles, and as one would have thought, they would have a little bit more circumspect look. But they've gone guns blazing this morning, and I think they've put Barbados a bit on the back foot.
Oh, they certainly have. They've applied pressure and they've been positive. They've imposed themselves upon Barbados. They took their chances yesterday, came back today, and are building on that advantage that they took away from the Barbados Pride yesterday. They've swung the balance in their favour, and they're keeping the weight on their side right now.
Yeah, it's almost a hurricane start from these two. He's reaching for that one. Drake's coming round the wicket now and just carried that one a little wider outside the off stump. Foolish in length, and Hodge, because of how they've started, you could understand why he's gone after that. He's full of confidence. He's went after it. It was a trifle wide, and he's lucky in a way he didn't get the edge. But you know, the way he's batting, you just feel if he had made contact with that, somehow it would have come off the middle of the bat. But it's been a really excellent start from these two openers in pursuit of 247, and it's less than 200 now needed. It's much better. Powell had a word with him after he played at the previous delivery. You see, Powell had a little walk down the pitch and probably said, hey, you know, you still got to play everything on merit.
Yeah, I think on that particular occasion, the ball was just a bit shorter in length as well. I think that the pair of Hodge and Powell have decided that if it is full if it's up there, they're going to throw their hands at it, and thus far it's worked for them.
Yeah,
and
that's
I can't necessarily fault the approach. Like I said, it's very positive, and it's good to see when you seize your advantage in cricket.
That's right, and this is what the Leeward Islands Hurricanes needed, a good start. No real appeal from the wicketkeeper and the bowler.
Yeah,
and that's
inside edge there.
Yeah, probably a little bit of an edge. Yeah, and you know, it's the good thing about it. Here, let's have a quick look at the replay, see if we can get see an ultra edge here.
Yeah, on that particular occasion, a lot straighter from Dominic Drakes, and that big
inside
edge
edge
there from Monson Hodge. Hence why there wasn't much of an appeal
Well, and especially from the bowler and the keeper, when you know they don't appeal, you kind of get judged that, hey, something went on there. Yeah, but if these two can say, if they can continue and get a partnership close to 100, it would really put the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the driver's seat. But cricket is a funny old game, as we saw yesterday afternoon.
A funny old game indeed. But yeah, that partnership factor is something that we've been talking about all morning long. Two good partnerships is what you need when chasing totals like the two good partnerships, what you need really and truly. You look to play the longer format of the game. If you have two guys, or rather three guys, you look at two partnerships, three guys who stand up and give you 100 each side of it, so that's 200 there already. All of a sudden the pressure begins to ease when the guys coming down, and the 20s that they're accustomed scoring all of a sudden become gold to you.
Yeah. That's too short, and we're going to be punished, and it is punished. It was far too short from Dominic Drakes, and Hodge just got onto the back foot, and he spanked it to the left of the man at point. He had no chance. From the time it left the bat, it raced out on that outfield and went to the boundary rope. So he's on 34 now from 40 deliveries, and if you think that's quick, Powell is a 21 from 15 deliveries, and all of a sudden it's 61 for none.
Yeah,
so
simply sublime there on the part of Watson Hodge. Just dropping it fractionally short there was Dominic Drakes, and he just rocked back, transferred that weight well, and cut it away backward of point. So things are motoring along still.
Yeah,
the handbrake is down for them.
Well, they're going at just about 7 runs and over, because the current run rate is 6.8. And when you look back, they were 13 for none yesterday after 2 overs. 9 overs have now been bowled, and it's raced along to 61. So they've put on 48 runs in a matter of about 25 minutes. It's been really a tremendous start from these two.
Oh, this is the entertainment we left home for this morning.
Yeah. Well, here's Springer. And you don't often see Powell playing second fiddle to his opening partner, and he's certainly doing that. Not that he's not scoring. He's been putting away the bad ball when he gets it, but he's been a little bit more defensive-minded than Hodge. I think Powell has made up his mind. He's going to just play everything in front of him, and if he gets the bad ball, try and put it away. There's a ball that he's able to drive too full in length, and he's driven through extra cover. So he's waiting for that delivery. I think you made that point. When they pitch up the deliveries, they're going after him, and they've gone. Powell has gone after that one, and it races it across the outfield again to extra cover. Well, gives you the impression these guys have somewhere to go around tea time.
A very handsome shot indeed that. From Karen Powell. Yep, just indeed. Once it's in that half, once it's in that driving range, they're going to throw their hands at it, and beyond that, it was full and it was wide. So there wasn't really much danger on that particular occasion. Not much movement either, but they've now put a man at short cover.
And exactly where they move the man from, that gully position, Powell just opened. That's really clever batting on his part, because he just opened the face of the bat, because the man has been moved from that gully, a straightish gully, to that short cover. And Powell just opened the face of that, eased it through that vacant area now, and picks up 2 runs. Really intelligent batting.
Intelligent indeed, skillful cricket, and that's what you want to see from somebody who's played over 100 first-class games. You know, he had that drive through the offside, pulled back the length slightly, opened the face, manipulating the field.
Well, that's a short, quick one from Springer, bouncer, and Powell not hooking. There's a deep backward square leg, and there's a man right out on the fine leg boundary. So Powell opted not to try to hook, just get under it. Again, you have to say well played by him because of the 2 men in the deep.
Yeah, opting for the smarter option there. He's already got 6 runs in this over. That risk is not necessarily needed at this particular stage. If he gets into your half again, especially if it is straight and full, you have a very vacant mid-wicket region as well. So situational awareness, shot selection.
Another short delivery from Springer, which Powell just gets under it. Still not tempted, as umpire Bassarat comes up to signal that he's had 2 above the shoulder. So you would think that this delivery is going to be pitched up by Springer, or maybe just short of a length.
I think he's better off going just short of a length outside of that off stump.
Oh, it's in the air, but it's going to bounce in front of, is that Drake's down there?
Kamari Boyce.
No, that is Boyce, actually running around to his left. Took it on the first bounce, but was never sort of going to be a catch. He just helped it around, didn't he? He didn't hit it full-blooded. Had he done that, it may have gone straight into the hands of Boyce. But another single to end the over from Powell. Springer has been very expensive, 2 overs for 16 runs. And Powell is 28-34. Is Hodge on it 68 for none after just 10 overs?
I'm having a look right now at the boys of the Barbados Pride and how they're moving around the field, and you can see that the intensity is not there at present. Just, not bouncing around, not looking around. It looks like we're going to have the first introduction of spin, possibly the first time for this match that Kamari Boyce will bowl as 2 helmets come out onto the field now. So a change of plans for skipper Shane Dowrich. Obviously, the thoughts that they had this morning that might have worked have not worked for them with their pace bowlers, who were extremely successful in that first innings.
Yeah.
So an interesting task now, an interesting proposition for Karen Powell and Monson Hodge.
Yeah, so Kamari Boyce, he's got a slip and a forward short leg. Those are the 2 catchers around the bat. But it's a 4-5 field, 4 men on the offside, 5 on the on, which includes that forward short leg. Oh, that's a bad ball. He gets away with that. Oh, boy. That's the kind of balls Ruskin Mark used to like. Now and again, he hit it. So, real loosener from Boyce. That's better. And Powell gets a single because there's protection out in the deep. There's a long on and a deep mid-wicket for Powell. And he's just stroking it past the mid-wicket position and go through for an easy single. And Powell goes down to have a word with Hodge, obviously telling him new bowler, spin, left arm, orthodox. Let's just see him out for a couple of overs.
Yeah, just to see what he's bowling.
Yep.
I think at this stage they're better served ensuring that they don't give away their hand right now, allowing Barbados Pride to have a sniff back into this morning session. You are already on top. Keep yourself on top.
It's well played by Hodge. Yes, you want at least the 2 of them. They would want to be there after the first hour, which is important. If they can survive the first hour and the score up to somewhere between close to 90, I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would be very, very happy with their position. As it is, they just need 178 for victory, and they still got all 10 wickets intact.
At this stage, you would have to be favouring the Leeward Islands as the team to go on to win this one. However, we know how cricket plays. We know that things can change and what 1 wicket could do. And I think that's what they've brought Kamari Boyce here to do, to stem the flow of runs.
It's in there, and it's taken. Well. Just as we were talking about Hodge, being circumspect, having a look, he came down the track, he tried to hit it over extra cover, the ball spun, took the outer part of the bat and just ballooned in there and went towards backward point, and in the end, a very, very good catch. Let's just have a look, Joel.
Given a bitter ear there by Kamari Boyce, and draws Monson Hodge down the wicket, not getting to the pitch of it as it was extremely wide, and Shem Holder takes a brilliant catch there, running back at point. So they looked for the wicket. They got it through Kamari Boyce. Picks up one at his first over. Monson Hodge goes the first one down for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 69 for 1 after 11 overs.
And that is a very crucial wicket. It's really disappointing again how Hodge got out. You know a change in bowling in terms of spin is into the attack. Have a look. push the ball around. You were defensive for your first couple of deliveries. Look and see what's happening. And then all of a sudden, give him a little bit of air, as you rightly said, outside the line of the off stump, turning slightly away. And Hodge, he fell into the trap trying to go over the top of extra cover. The ball spun, peeled off the outer part of the bat. And you're right, a very good catch, an excellent catch on the part of Holder. So it's the end of Hodge for 34, facing 44 deliveries. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now, they are 69 for 1. And that wicket should give this Barbados Pride some sort of a lift, so that they can now say, okay, we've got another new batsman in. If we can get Powell, have 2 new batsmen in, we're back into this contest.
Yeah, it certainly puts life back in to their efforts, and that's exactly what they needed, exactly what they wanted, and hence why I believe Bonson Hodge missed the trick on that particular occasion. You know exactly why they needed to make that switch to somebody who did not bowl in that first innings. That's not to say that he was not capable of bowling, but he was not required then. And as such, I think that Hodge just missed the trick there on that particular occasion.
Well, Springer is going to continue. They go through for a quick single. That's good. Saunders was a little bit slow to take off. He seemed as if he was just daydreaming on his bat. And Powell, you could see him as he played that. He called immediately for the single, and they got it. So Powell goes on to into the 30s now, and means Saunders, Akeem Saunders, is going to have strike for the first time. Remember, in the first innings, he didn't score. He was out off the bowling of McAllister, caught behind. Didn't like the decision. He stood for a long while. It's indicating to the umpire that he was nowhere near that ball, but the umpire, there's no reviews here, and unfortunately he had to walk. So he's going to be facing Shamar Springer for the first time, and he's going to be facing his first ball. It's going to be interesting. His approach, not as experienced as Monson Hodge, is Saunders. But batting at number 3 for the Hurricanes, you've got to think that they think he's got some sort of ability.
Yeah, certainly. He also has 100 at the first class level. 101 is his highest score at the first class level. 100, 150 for him in 25 matches. I believe that this might be his first match that he's playing for this first class season. And that's at the loss of Casey Carty. So some big shoes to fill, you would have to say, for Akeem Saunders here. He's in terms of how the Leewards view him, he's definitely someone with talent and potential. And they would tell themselves that when you're looking at a target that is set here a day, and or rather you can still call it 2 days,
2 days, yeah,
to bat, there's no pressure on them. But funny enough, we said there was no pressure on the Barbados Pride yesterday, and things happened. But there's certainly no pressure out there on them. He has time. He has the backing of the coaching staff, the management staff, and the players as well, because they put him at 3.
Yeah.
So it's time for him to do his job.
Yeah, when you think they would put him at 3, and the likes of Devon Thomas is going to come after him, you would think that they think highly of him, especially when he's playing his first game. One would have thought maybe they would have looked to put him down the order. That's runs for him. It's going to be stopped at fine leg, so just a single. Springer, a no ball as well, so badly lined just outside that leg stump, and gave Saunders the opportunity to get off the mark, flicking it basically down to that fine leg position. So no ball and a run. So the score there moves up to 72 now. Brings Karen Powell back into strike. Just the slip and maybe a fourth slip, a straight gully, however you want to position that guy. And then there is protection down at fine leg and the deep mid wicket. That's a strange looking shot from Powell. He seemed to be getting under it at one stage, and then maybe just fanned at it, but after the ball passed. Springer trying to work up some pace here, and I would much prefer him to be concentrating on a good line and length and trying to move the ball. But I think he's opting to try and up his pace, and because of that, sometimes he loses his line. Trying to unsettle Powell with a few short deliveries. And this time he goes after him. It's in the air, but away from the man at square leg, and that's gone for 6. So it was short, but it was badly lined. This was just outside the line of the leg stump, and Powell picked it up very early indeed, and he just swung it. He knows there's a man at square leg, so he went just backward of square and away from the man at fine leg as well, and it's gone for a towering 6. So
yeah,
that's a
familiar shot there for Karen Powell, just rocking back and lifting that one over deep backward square leg, collecting the maximum for his efforts. He motors along now to 36 off of just 26 deliveries.
That's better from Springer. Needed to probably get a little closer to that off stump, but it's the end of the over from Springer. He's now conceded 25 runs from his 3 overs. Pretty expensive, but they score at the moment. Remember, it's 247 is the target. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 78 for 1, having lost the wicket of Hodge in the previous over from Kamari Boys when he went caught by Holder for 34.
Before I take my leave, Colin, I had to do some quick digging just now because I do remember seeing Akeem Saunders scoring some runs in some matches that the Leeward Islands Cricket Board held, and it was actually 116 that he got in his second innings of one of those games as well. So he's coming into this round with some runs
behind
under
him,
his belt, so he's going to hope that he can transfer that form, although they say it is impossible to do such, but transfer that form from before to now and give a similar performance here today.
Well, we'll wait and see as he takes his guard and is going to be facing Kamari Boyce for the first time. As a slip on that forward short leg. Let's see, the 5 men in the offside, no real protection in the deep. They're all in run saving positions from a backward point to a mid-off, and then just 3 men on the onside. That's the mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg, and then that forward short leg. So Boyce coming round the wicket to the right-hander, as he did with Hodge. And that one was just lined somewhere middle and leg, and Saunders had the opportunity to just get on the front foot and put bat to ball. Good delivery, give him some air, and tempting Saunders, but he's not tempted, playing from his crease and in defense, pushing it out on that offside. Again, he's in defense. Good morning, Mr. Ian.
Good morning.
What's on?
Yes, good morning.
How are you this morning?
Okay.
This brilliant sunny morning as usual.
Yes, of course. And it's a good day for cricket. Let's hope that we'll get as much cricket as possible today.
Well, he comes down the track and he lifts him high over extra cover. That is what Hodge wanted to do. That's 6 runs. A brilliant shot from this young man. He came down the track. He got to the pitch, and he struck it beautifully over the extra cover position. Now, that's what Hodge was trying, except with Hodge, it was a little wider. It spun. This one, he was right on top of it. Have a look, Ian.
Excellent shot. Excellent shot. So,
I want you to tell me about the approach so far of the Leeward Islands after this delivery. They're going to get a single because they've taken what he has done. He's made them take the mid-off out and put him to a long off. And sensible cricket, he just plays it all along the ground, past the bowler, and picks up a single. The approach from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes this morning, I mean, they're living up to the name. It's been a hurricane start, isn't it?
Well, of course, and what they are doing, they are not sitting back and let Barbados take control. They are taking from in front. So they're going well, and for the Leewards to get to 247, they need to put in some partnerships. They already had an opening partnership of 69 between Hodge and Powell. If they can get another 69 or 71 partnership between Akeem Saunders and Powell, that's simply 139, 140 runs. And of course, they still have other experienced players to come in Devon Thomas, Raheem Cornwall, Hamilton, the skipper. So they obviously have their plan how they're going to get about these runs.
Well, it's 84 for 1, and still just 163 runs now needed for victory. And another change in bowling. It's going to be Holder. Shem Holder is going to pick up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And he is going to be bowling to Saunders, who's on 8. From 8 deliveries, he's been very circumspect. Since he's come in, he's been very defensive. He's been pushing the ball around. Except for that, when he charged down the track and lifted him beautifully, lifted Boyce over extra cover. A quickish delivery from Holder, flat, trying to get some spin. So an all spin attack, Ian.
Yes, and I was able to be out there when they were warming up, and they were actually getting some turn off the pitch this morning while they were warming up. So
you need to tell our listeners and everybody who's watching that it was not the actual pitch that they
of course, not the actual pitch.
Right.
Not the actual pitch. They couldn't get turn on the actual pitch. On the one of the pitches at the side.
Yeah.
For those watching, it's the second pitch. You just see it. Well, for your screen, it will be on the left.
Right.
But for us, it will be on our right. So that's the pitch where the umpire will be not the one where he is on, but the one behind him.
Right.
So that's where they were actually bowling. They were getting some purchase. They were getting some turn.
That's those pitches were prepared. I would get some turn on that, Ian, if possible, because I would probably turn square. No, because those pitches were used in the past.
Yes.
And they haven't been prepared since. So it's a difficult. If they're looking at hoping this turns like that,
but
they'll have
Raheem Cornwall did get some purchase of the pitch yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm not. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that they're not going to get turned.
Yeah.
But they don't expect them to get that turn.
Exaggerated turn like they would be getting on.
And even the dismissal of Hodge, as he came down the track, the ball just spun slightly away from him. Enough to take the outer part of the bat.
And as a coach would have told me, and this would have been, and let's look at this delivery, going back past the bowler, they will get
a good bit of fielding.
Good fielding from Springer.
Yeah. But they still get a single.
And one thing that a coach would have told me in the past, because when we were young, we want to get a lot of swing. Well, the seamers and the spinners would want to get a lot of turn. But he told us a bat is only about 4.5 inches wide. You don't need all that turn and exaggeration, because once you get it, you will beat the entire bat. You want a little bit of turn, a little bit of movement.
Oh, he bowled him! Oh, well, where did that pass? Saunders was pushing forward in defense, so he started to look pretty good with that 6 he hit. But now he goes, it could have, I'm not sure because he's blocked. We can have a good look at it here now. Ian, where did that pass? He was in defense. And did it spin in between bat and pad? Did it straighten on him? Did he play outside? He did. He played inside the line. He played inside the line. He was probably looking for a little bit of turn. And Cornwall got a few of his wickets like that, just straightening. Mm-hmm. And guys are playing inside the line, the ball just running straight on. And Saunders, he's failed, unfortunately for him. He's failed again. He goes here, bowled for how many
9.
did he get? 9. Yeah, bowled by Holder for 9. And it's now 87 for 2. But it brings Devon Thomas to the crease, the hero of yesterday. But in the meantime, the players are just going across now for a water break or refreshment break. But that wicket certainly puts Barbados Pride back in the game. And I tell you what, Ian, this partnership coming up now between Powell and Thomas, to me, that holds the key to this game. If these two can take the score to somewhere to maybe 150 or thereabouts, well, you have to feel the Leeward Islands, in a good position to go on to victory. If the Barbados Pride can dismiss one of these two early, Then, before they get to 100, then you have to say Barbados Pride are well back into this game.
And that is what exactly what is going to happen. These two batsmen, of course, Devon Thomas playing 100. Well, this is his 101st first class match, of course, and Powell playing 137. This is 138 for him. They have to let their experience count. It makes no sense playing players with a lot of experience and the experience is not translated into runs or wickets or performances. They need these players to stand up now. Devon Thomas is currently a West Indies player, just came back from South Africa. He needs to let that count. Powell, in and out the West Indies team, he's still hoping for a West Indies recall. They need to make use of this opportunity to make the runs and to let the Honourable Desmond Haynes know that we are around still, we are performing. So this is a very good opportunity for these two. And still to come, we have Jamal Hamilton, who would have been in and out of the West Indies team as well. Raheem Cornwall, who did the work with a ball. Of course, he want to make do with the bat as well. He's capable. And
you've got the talented Kofi James.
James as well.
He's a pretty, he hasn't really scored much, and I think that's the disappointment with a Kofi James. And you look at this is his first game in the series this year. No, sorry, he's played the 2 games previously. My apologies. And he's batted 3 times, and he's really not done that well. He's scored 56 runs, means that he's just have an average of 18. So you would want him today. He should be coming next, and you would want him to really get as many as possible, close to a half century.
Yeah.
If these two go early, but even if Kofi James comes to bat, you would want him to get a pretty good score here today.
Yes, but before we get to Kofi James, because they would not want Kofi James to be coming into bat before lunch anyway.
That's right. These two need to stay until lunchtime.
At least lunchtime. Yeah. And then from lunch now, they can go to the next hour, then go to tea, but they need to stay as long as possible. Do not leave it for anybody behind to make the runs. They must try to do it.
Well, it was the final delivery of holders over, and they took the refreshment break. So the players are back into position now and just about getting ready to restart, as Powell is going to take strike to Boyce. And this should be an interesting duel. He's gone over the wicket to the left-hander. Powell plays that nicely down to long on. You just have to think that if the Hurricanes have to win this, Powell has got to get a big one. To me, he is even more key than Thomas, because he's set. He's on 38. He's batting well. He needs to carry on now.
Yes, 3 test hundreds, so need to let it count.
There's some turn for Boyce. And Thomas is another gifted player. And I was making the point when he came into bat yesterday. To me, one of his biggest problems is the shot selection. Sometimes he's over aggressive. And he's just got to be careful, because Boyce is a tricky customer. It's well played from Thomas. Yeah, Boyce has picked up, well, before this game, he didn't bowl in the first innings, but he's got 4 wickets from just 15 overs. So he's picked up with the wicket of Hodge. He's picked up 5 wickets so far, and he's only bowled 18 overs in the tournament. Trouble.
Oh, just missing, just getting away. And Devon Thomas. And yesterday we talked about the competition for places in terms of the fast bowlers for Barbados. Now we have Boyce here, and although that Jamal Warrican returned home from Zimbabwe, struggled to make this team, Boyce is playing ahead of him. They have Joshua Bishop, who we would have seen. So they have spinning competition there as well.
Ian, it's very interesting, isn't it? You look around West Indies cricket now, and you look at all the various franchises. Everybody seems to have 1 and 2 left-arm orthodox spinners. It's, they've all of a sudden, it seems that if you're going to bowl spin, you need to your bowl left-arm
Left-arm
orthodox.
spin.
Where are the leg spinners? Where are the back of the hand unorthodox spinners?
I think the last left-arm wrist spinner we had perhaps was Dave Mohammed. We haven't had a left-arm wrist spinner in a while.
I'm thinking, you're probably right. I can't recall.
And most of
Tad Pole
was
was his famous. Remember when in the Sanford tournament when he got a wicket, he took off his shoe and made a phone call. Yeah, he was a character though, really great character.
And
but a good, very underrated bowler.
Very underrated, because even when we look at our international spinners, Gudakesh Muti is a left-arm spinner.
Akil Hussain,
Warwikan,
Purmall.
They are all left-arm finger spinners.
Yep.
Only Rakim Cornwall is an off spinner. Yannick Carrier is a leg spinner. So is Hayden Walsh.
Bishu. What's happened to Bishu?
Bishu as well.
Yes, Powell hitting this one straight back past the ball. Is he going to get? That's a good bit of fielding. The Drake's down there. It looks like Drake's. Yeah. But a good bit of fielding from him, because I thought it would have gone into the boundary. But Powell hitting it straight, which is a good shot from him. And it means that Thomas is going to take strike for the first time against Holder. Yeah, Devendra Bishu, I remember when he came on the scene, he won International Player of the Year.
Yes, and he was a very good leg spinner.
Yep, and he's just gone off the circuit. As fast as he came on, he disappeared. Yes, we just don't seem to be producing the leg spinners and the back of the hand spinners as we used to be doing.
One leg spinner we have had over the years who would have taken over 300 first-class wickets, never got a call to the West Indies team, is Imran Khan, and that's one of the mysteries.
That's right. And he's still doing it for the Red Force, because he picked up 4 wickets against the leaders. So you have to think that, but he's never been really called up to a West Indies team. Quicker delivery from Holder and Thomas. So since the spinners have come on, things have gone a little bit quiet.
Yes, things have gone quiet, and they lost a couple wickets during that time as well.
Yep. Outside of the 6 that Boyce was hit for, it's been more defensive batting especially from Thomas, and even when Saunders came in outside of the 6, he was really pushing forward, and the delivery got out too as well. He was in defense, and it just passed outside he played inside the line. But it's going to be Boyce is going to continue, and Ruskin Mark is getting ready. Takes him a while, now Ian, for him to get ready. He's got to get the right foot up first, and then he's got to move the left foot, and to get up off the chair. Is always a challenge.
It's a task.
For him.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm going to leave you in his company.
Thank you very much. So as we continue, the Leeward Islands looking for 247, 89 for 2. Only 16 overs gone, 14 this morning. They faced 2 overs yesterday evening. Powell is hitting this on the leg side, but not getting more than 1. It was fielded there at the boundary, and this would bring Powell to 39. Devon Thomas just coming in due to the fall of Akim Saunders, who was bowled by Shem Holder. He's yet to get off the mark. Devon Thomas would hope that performance he had yesterday with the ball could rub off on him today with a bat, Ruskin.
Well, certainly, as he's going to be one of the key men for the Leeward Islands. In fact, in any run chase at all, I think he would have to put his hand up and make sure and be a major part of that.
And of course for himself as well, as a West Indies player, just came back from the test series against South Africa, although he did not feature in the final 11, but as a player who would be on the West Indies team, he needs to stand out in these tournaments, because we're not seeing much of these international players who are currently on the West Indies team standing out in these tournaments. You know that when we, back in the day, Brian Lara would be scoring a lot of runs in regional cricket. Carl Hooper, Chris Gale would be scoring a lot of runs, and the wicket takers, Ambrose and Walsh, would stand out. They would almost always take a fifer. Just like Raheem Cornwall standing out. You want to see these players stand out. So, of course, Devon Thomas would want to put up his hand with a 50 or 100. So is Kyron Powell.
Well, it's understandable that when you come down to this level, as a test player or as a player in the West Indies squad, just that environment alone should present to you an opportunity to really excel, because the hard work and just being in that environment with the test team is what gets you in the mood, and you would always feel that this is a kind of a step down, and you should be capitalizing on any opportunity you get to play at this level now.
The Hurricanes started pretty quickly this morning. They went at the Barbados bowling, especially the pacers, prompting Shane Dowich to bring on the slower bowlers. Boyce and Holder, who took a wicket each. Shem Holder getting rid of Saunders, and Boyce got rid of Munson Hodge earlier for 9 and 34 respectively.
And this was always going to be the challenge for them once the spinners came on, how it is, mentally, how they were going to prepare, how were they going to attack them or play them. Hodge tried to attack them, and he made a meal of it. And then we saw Saunders play all around a straighter one and lost his stump. So this is really going to be key for them. How do they work out a plan of attack here? Powell is doing a pretty good job by being patient with them. And that's a good shot. That could be another couple runs here. If they hurry, they think for about the second one. That's excellent work out there in the deep. Shamar Springer not giving them too much, and this is really what the Barbados Pride also has to do as well, is even though the Leeward Islands got off to that flyer, they need to rein it back, and part of the process is to deny them runs in the field. 92 for 2 now. Powell goes hard, and he goes aerial, but he gets 4. And certainly he threw the bat at that one, but there was very little chance of Mosley hauling that one, and it was always sort of curling away from him at that short extra cover position. And once it got past him, it was 4 runs to push the total now into 96 for 2, and Powell races on to 45.
So we are just over an hour's play this morning. They've already scored 83 runs after resuming on 13 without loss. So they're really going after the runs this morning. Slow down a bit after the introduction of spin.
That is understandable, because you have to take a look at what the spinners are doing on the wicket and how the wicket is playing. And but Devon Thomas looks to be very watchful. He's not like throwing caution to the wind, and he too likes the ball coming onto the bat. They should get a couple here. Well, they got 1, and again, sometimes just the rotation of the strike, is what could force the bowlers to try different things, or and if they're not concentrated enough, they could run into error by probably bowling on the legs to the left-hander, as opposed to bowling outside the off stump, to like how they would bowl to a right-hander. And that is really a gift here to the man who just brought over a fine bit of feeling, the Springer, just literally gifted them a single there, going with one hand. So I was just praising him for his brilliant fielding out in the deep, limiting them to one, and he gave it back to them right away.
He's pushing this one down to long off. They will get another one. So they're picking up the runs, the singles.
And this is the experience. This pair is a very experienced pair. And they, I suppose, are the ones who will have to kind of lead the way for the Leeward Islands. If they are to go on to win this game, I would think this pair would probably have to have a big say in all of that. 99 for 2. And again, would you believe it, Ian? He's given away a single at that position for the second time. And the balls were hit directly at him. I have a phrase that people always laugh at, and I tell them there are some fielders who are one-run boundaries. And he is, just those last 2 balls, hit straight at him, almost on the square, and they got a single. And that's a good-looking shot from Thomas, getting to the pitch of the ball and stroking it. He really does look to be a quality player when he is in that mood. He's being positive, but he's not being reckless. The 100 is on the board. It's 101 now for 2.
And when you look at this over, 5 singles without any risk taking, and go easy, you got 5 runs in that over with just simple those runs. So this is what I always say, Ruskin. Sometimes this is a kind of batting that will be very handy and valuable in white ball cricket as well. And you can pick up 1s and 2s, and before you know it, you have 7-8 runs in and over without hitting a single boundary. And this is why I keep saying that a lot of the white ball players, whether you're playing Test cricket, one-day cricket, or T20 cricket internationally for the West Indies, first-class cricket is very good and is helpful and is needed for these players. And I would like to see, but of course, and this is how, and he's gone.
Yep, he's out caught at forward short leg, just rocking back there, Devon Thomas. And that's a big blue for the Leeward Islands. He goes for 4, caught beautifully by Kevin Wickham under the bat there, that forward short leg position. And the boys picks another pepper. Or rather, and Holder picks another pepper. And certainly a big blue here for the Leeward Islands.
And just when I was starting to say it's very valuable to see white ball players and players needing to play first class cricket, Devon Thomas goes for 4 after bringing back the Leeward Islands yesterday with his best first class bowling figures, 5 for 22. His good performance did not rub off on his batting. And a very big blow. The experienced Thomas, 101 first-class matches. He would have been one of the players the Leeward Islands would have been hoping to get a big score. But he goes for 4. But the good thing about it, Kyron Powell is still there. He's on 47. Still to come. I think coming in now could be
Walsh. Looks like Hayden Walsh Jr.
Hayden Walsh
is
Jr.
coming up. Yep.
Batting at number 5. So Hurricanes, and we know what Hayden Walsh Jr. is capable of. He's not a rabbit with a bat. He's handy with a bat, but he tends to be a bit aggressive as well. So Hayden Walsh Jr., for me, that's a bit of a surprise. He will be coming in at number 5.
It is, and now we have 2 left-handers at the crease. So I'm not quite sure what the thinking is here in terms of trying to nullify the orthodox spin of Boyce, but you also have to now factor in the off spin of Holder, and so it's a mixed bag here in terms of Jamal Hamilton. I felt, or even Kofi James
Could have been at number 5, so I'm very puzzled. Not so puzzled as if Courtney Walsh would have come in at number 5. That would have been puzzling.
And now the umpires are having a discussion here as to I'm not sure if Heaton Walsh was off the field for an extended period of time yesterday, and but I don't think he was. I think he was on the field.
He was fielding, and he was underarming the returns to the wicketkeeper
with his left hand, and so I'm not sure what they were debating as to whether or not he should. And I mean, it's after 11 in the morning, so I don't know how much longer they expected him to sit out, but he seemed very eligible for me, and so he is out there right now, still fiddling with his pads, trying to get everything going.
He did make 20 in the first innings, batting at number 9. And that first innings seemed like a long time ago, but it was only yesterday.
So much has happened in the last 24 hours that you really feel that this game is in the 4th day. And when in truth, in fact, it's still the 3rd day, and we haven't had lunches yet on day 3. And the field is fairly well spread at the moment, but there is a slip and a forward short leg. And again, he was just kind of reaching for it. They should get a second run, and they will, as the ball runs down to 3rd man. So immediately, Walsh is off the mark. And so you're trying to figure out if they're thinking, well, maybe we should just keep going, let Powell be the anchor, and let everybody else sort of bat around him. But if that is the case, then you still want to have somebody at the other end who you feel can really get you the runs that you need. Now, Walsh, I feel, would have a role to play in that, but whether that role is batting at 5 is debatable. However, he's out there, and the Barbados Pride would now have to deal with him, and he seems to be in a positive frame of mind.
And if they are looking to get on with the runs, remember you still have a certain Raheem Cornwall to come, and he could get the run rate flying.
So it is, I suppose, well, some teams, some coaches and some managers like to mix things up just to throw off the opposition a little bit and keep the players kind of like on their P's and Q's, as they say. And so something like this might, just out of left field, might very well work for them, because Walsh is a capable batsman, a low-order batsman, and so if he recognizes that he has plenty of time, he doesn't need to get all the runs right away. He has allowed a appeal for an LBW. He's given out. He was coming forward, and the umpire raised the finger. Now Walsh has to go. He goes for 2. It's now 103 for 4, and he's not happy.
So Walsh, whatever the plan was not executed, and now we have, according to the scoreboard, Jamal Hamilton as Walsh. Good ball, actually. Impact just inside. And Holder gets his 3rd wicket. 3 for 11. So the Hurricanes are 103 for 4 as they welcome the skipper, Jamal Hamilton, to the crease.
So things continue to move along quickly here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Hurricanes, after really flying out to 69 without loss, have now been pegged back a bit. And they're now 103 for 4, with Powell still there on 47.
They would need Jamal Hamilton to stick around with Kyron Powell. These are two of the senior players on the team. The skipper and Powell. Powell is 47, just 3 away from another 50. 3 away from what would be his 41st first class 50.
And but I think his role here is to really guide his team's fortunes the rest of the day. So he has to stay. I think that is of paramount importance for them. So his wicket becomes even more important. And he's quickly going to get a couple more. And I thought they had had a second run, but they elected not to go for it. Good fielding again, as Barbados have tightened up now. They've given away a couple in the field, but they've also stopped a couple extra runs with some solid fielding. And I think key to that is they're attacking the ball. They're getting to the ball quickly and forcing the batsmen to reconsider a second run or so. Now Hamilton, who looked very, very good in the first innings, can he now really settle in and guide his team through this little tricky period here?
Yes, Hamilton, he top scored in the first innings with 30.
He's getting off the mark quickly and again driving into the offside. And he seems as if he wants to get on with things. And you know, and you know, Ian, sometimes they just adopt the attitude, look, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. But we're going for it. But there still has to be some method to that. And that's a great shot. He clips that one into the deep. The man at long on is brought into play, and they get 2 comfortably in the end.
Good batting from these two gentlemen, of course.
That's 58 to Kieran Powell. And so very well played indeed from the dapper left-hander. 40 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
A strike rate of 125. And already 3 balls gone, 4 runs already from this over. And this is
again going deep, and that's 6 more. That's a third 6 for Kieran Powell. And so now that he's gone past 50, he's probably thinking, let's see how fast or how quickly we could get the remaining runs. So Ian, that's 100 runs added this morning already.
Yes, and we haven't gone past 1.5 hours play yet, just 23 minutes past 11.
So what an amazing run. Look at the replay again. There's a man out there, but the ball, all he could do is
just watch the ball.
Yeah, watch it, gaze at it as it passes, like somebody flying a kite over his head. Again, he's sweeping, and there is a man at short square leg, but if he makes any kind of contact at all, the nearest person out there is at mid-wicket, so he is forward of the umpire. So all Powell has to do is to make good contact and get it past that man at that short fine leg or short backward square, and he may have himself some more runs. Out those legs they go again, and they get another comfortable single in the end. So there is something with that field placing there that is probably just not ideal for that type of bowling. However, Powell won't mind. He's probably going to nip a single there almost every time. He goes to 57. It's 114 now for 4.
And the Leeward Island Hurricanes, their intent has remained the same as when they started this morning. They are getting on with the runs. And as I mentioned, this game will finish today, one way or the other. 4 wickets down, 101 runs would have been scored today. They resumed on 100 and they resumed on 13 without loss. Added 101 runs and lost 4 wickets. So it's a lot of action this morning at the Queen's Park Oval. It's all happening here as Shim Holder goes on the back foot, plays it back down to the bowler. They will get no run.
It is. I mean, it's good cricket. To be honest, it's just kind of surprising, especially with the several of the dismissals that we saw yesterday and again today. And you know, so I think from that standpoint, you're a bit concerned if you're a West Indian fan, but if you're a cricket purist, you want to see wickets fall because you want to see bowlers, doing good work and getting results for it. Here's Powell again having to quickly bring the bat down to that one as he was veering in on him there, Holder.
And of course, you can look at it both ways. You can look at bad batting yesterday or brilliant bowling.
Or a combination of the two. Another quicker delivery and again, typical from Powell to use the whole crease and just get in behind it, standing up tall.
Look at the sunshine. It's bright sunshine, but you're not seeing much shadows because of where the sun.
It's almost directly overhead
So it's
at this point.
and that is indication it's almost 12 o'clock. It's 11:27.
Down the wicket he goes, and that's a brilliant shot. He hit it hard, and there was a man standing there, almost 3/4 of the way back at mid-on, deepish mid-on, and he never had a chance because from the time it left the bat, it was traveling, and Springer could only run after it purely to retrieve it under the covers.
And with that beautiful shot, Powell moves on to 61 and only 49 balls he faced. So he continues to go at a healthy strike rate.
Look at him again. Gets to the pitch of it, and then he places it where he wants to. And look at Springer coming across there.
Had no chance.
Just never had a chance for it. 118 now for 4.
The pendulum is swinging more on the Leeward Island side.
They need a further 129 runs. And there's a good drive, but they're gone for 1. That's brilliant fielding there. He might have hurt his shoulder, McCaskey, but and they gone back for a second run. It's almost as if he hurt himself. You could see him just rolling over, and the batsman ran a second run, and I think they're going to have to attend to him because I'm not sure if he hurt his shoulder as he went over or if he hurt his side. Something didn't seem right.
But it is serious because he, instead of trying to get the ball back to the non-strikers and other strikers, and he was in pain, and the batsman took the opportunity to run the other run. So it's not something simple, because if it was, he would have tried to return the ball back.
Might be his because he was diving to his right. He was kind of stretching to get to the ball. He did that well enough. And then he just kind of tumbled over. So unless the ball rolled up under his chest or something, and in his rib cage area, because he kept holding that side of the body, so it might have been that as well. But the trainer is out there to render some assistance. And I don't think Barbados would want to see anything like this. At this point in time, it's all hands on deck for them. So 120 for 4 it is. They need 127 more. So they're halfway there, Ian. They're just bordering on that halfway mark of the run chase. And if anything, they probably felt that they probably lost 2 wickets too many at this point. You think back to Hodge, who was the first to go. this morning. It really was a nothing shot. He just kind of jumped down the wicket, never got to the pitch of the ball, carried through with the shot, and a good catch by Holder off the bowling of Boyce. 69 for 1 was 87 for 2 when Akeem Saunders went, played inside the line of a straighter one from Holder and was bowled neck and crop. Then they lost the crucial wicket of Devon Thomas just as they went past the 100 mark. He was out for just 4 and looked so comfortable at the crease. And I would imagine the Leewards must have been expecting a big one from him.
Mm-hmm.
It never happened. He went for just 4 at 101 for 3. And then 2 runs later, Hayden Walsh Jr., who was a surprise at number 5, he was out LBW to Holder for 2. So here we go again, a short ball, and that too is swung around. Long chase, that's 4 runs.
So Hamilton getting in the game. He moves on to 7. So the Leeward Island Hurricanes, they're really going after the runs. Hamilton 7 of 3.
And the thing is, they're getting these boundary balls, but they also have to remember how much time is left in the game. And you know, a no ball. Well, so Barbados gifting them a couple runs here, and certainly Boyce has to be mindful of that. You don't want to give away anything at all because you don't have that many runs to play with. Another ball outside of his legs. He's sweeping at it. I don't think he got a touch. If he did, that's going to be very fine indeed. It's 4 runs, so he did get a touch on it. So a Holder, Hamilton rather, all of a sudden, he decides he's going to go and, you know, let's see how many we could get before lunch.
So one way or the other, this match is going to finish before tea. Definitely.
So now their score races on to 129, Ian. So now they've brought it down to that halfway, beyond the halfway point. They need another 118 now.
And already 11 runs this over so far with 3 more balls to go. So what would you do in the case if you were Shane Dorwich now? The spinners have been keeping the batters quiet earlier. Now they are getting the runs off the spinners. What would you do?
Well, the thing is, the bowlers just need to readjust here. The line is not on the legs. The line has to be just about off stump. You see, again, he's on the legs, and again, he's getting picked off for a quick single. But that's not the line that Boyce has to bowl. So maybe in this over, Boyce has strayed off line a little bit. So he needs to get back to that off-stump, just outside the off-stump line that he was bowling so well, how he enticed Hodge into a false shot, and just kind of keep plugging away there. And remember, he's a left-arm orthodox spinner, so you want to believe he'll have better control of putting the ball, you know, right there all the time. Outside the legs he goes, he's swinging, there's an appeal, not out, says the umpire, much too full for a sweep shot. He probably better off driving that, rather than trying to sweep it. He survives. It's 130 for 4.
The Leeward Island Hurricanes, they are going, as we say, living up to their name, as going after the runs. 130 for 4. Hamilton is on 12, only faced 7 deliveries. Powell, looking at some of the scores across Jamaica, they are 44 for 3 in their second innings. They are not having a good game against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands scoring 298 in their second innings. And Jamaica started their innings this morning, their 4th innings, needing over 400 runs to win. They are 44 for 3. And Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in their second innings, 168 for 3. They're also on top of that game.
And the thing about it is quite a bit of runs now. Well, the Leeward Islands here have 247 to chase. Jamaica, they have a mountain to climb. Over 400 runs required for them. And I was just looking at the batting for the Guyanese, and Savary is 65 not out, and Leon Johnson is 48. The same two that turned the tables against Trinidad in the first innings, they're doing it again in the second.
You have some issues getting rid of those two individuals.
So another single to Hamilton. And so this is the man here, Kieran Powell. He's played so well in this innings. Really showing his experience and his understanding of the situations. He really just needs to carry on now. At 131 for 4, he has 61 of those runs. And he must be thinking that this is a great opportunity for him to really push on here, get 100, and try to see his team home. A little bit of a little use of the feet here, trying to get there as Holder is bowling from around the wicket to him. There is a long on and a long off and a deep backward square. He's driving powerfully into the cover region, but there's a man there and can't get it through. So good shot, but no reward for him on that occasion. He stays on 61. Hamilton is on 13. It's 131 for 4.
Kieran Powell letting his experience flow through. And this is what the Leeward Islands would need from him. He's a senior statesman on this team, having scored 3 test centuries to go with 750s and 8 first-class centuries. He already added first-class 15, number 41 in this innings. And we've seen Barbados making a change. They're bringing back from the northern end Dominic Drakes, who got the ball to move in the air. Let's see if he can get some purchase and see if he can make something happen for Barbados. None for 25 of his 5 overs, as the batsman at the time was Munson Hodge and also Kieran Powell. They were going after the Pacers. So let's see if he can make something happen for Barbados.
Both batsmen have now had, Powell has gotten his helmet, so that's the little delay, and both of them have now also added thigh pads, and so it takes a while to put that on, because you almost have to derobe in order to get access to get the thigh pads, and they get the strapping on properly, and so now they're getting ready to resume here at 131 for 4, which is a pretty impressive approach. But again, I just feel they've lost 2 wickets too many. In fact, that's probably how they might be looking at it. And can they keep it going until the interval? And Drakes is back, and immediately he's on target. And remember, he had a stint here in Trinidad playing for Queen's Park, so he would know the Queen's Park Oval conditions fairly well. So this could work in his favor here. In fact, I think that's probably what Dorich is hoping, that familiarity with these conditions would maybe help him prize out a wicket or 2 and inch them a bit closer.
He's coming around the wicket, Hamilton.
And he's a little bit awkwardly playing that one, a little bit of a... Remember, he's not a tall man, so any kind of bounce or extra bounce could give him some discomfort.
Any ball with extra bounce could be a bouncer for him.
Yeah, he's a tiny fella, but broad shoulders, so he does pack a punch. So if he pulls, now there isn't the deep square leg, there is just a fine leg for him. So I don't think the short ball, while it's not out of the question, I don't think is a priority for him at the moment. Driven nicely. They go for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and he does. But it's also good fielding here. Immediately, Mosley slid to his right, picked it up, and even though he was on his knees, he was still able to get a return in, forcing Hamilton to have to hurry. One more, 1 by 1, Ian. 132 now for 4.
Bringing the runs down, 115 more to win.
I can also tell you that India have already beaten Australia in the first one-day international, getting to that 189 required. And that was an intriguing contest. In the end, it looked easy for the Indians, but there was a time when their top order failed. They didn't get 100, they lost 5 wickets, and they didn't have 100 runs on the board as yet. So they were able to steady it, and Rahul and company able to see them home, which is what I think the Leeward Islands need here. They need Powell and Hamilton to just steady things here now.
And they've been doing that good
That's
for the
a
moment.
great shot, yep. And they thought for a moment of the single. Once again, Mosley is in the way there.
So Dominic Drake's coming back, only conceding 1 run so far. Sunshine, the sun in its radiance here at the Queen's Park Oval.
See, while you would want to go out in the hot sun, I'll be looking for shade. I could radiate as much as it was. Yes. And that's one of the beauties of playing cricket in the savannah. There's always a tree somewhere you could find.
Always a tree in the savannah you can.
It's 133 for 4 at the end of the over. Colin Murray can tell you a little bit about how he used to go by the racetrack right where the horses used when he used to start the track. There was a tree right there. That was one of his favorite locations as well.
But also at the Queen's Park Oval, when you have multiple matches playing, sometimes 2 fields will intersect each other. So sometimes you're fielding in one match and you're standing next to someone who is fielding in another match. As we welcome back Colin Murray.
Yeah, I must say the savannah was a unique place to play cricket, wasn't it?
Lovely place.
When you, I mean, the ball was coming and suddenly Tamari flies up in your face, and it was an amazing place. And they used to say Queen's Park hated to play cricket in the savannah when we had like an away game.
Yeah.
And they're right.
and imagine too, you're going for a ball and you see 2 balls because one ball is
from another
the
field.
next match.
Wow.
You pick up the wrong ball by mistake.
Powell, he's on 61 and he's looking good. And you have to think, Ian, if I think Ruskin was making the point that these two need to carry it home, I would go even further and saying if the Leeward Island need to win, Powell has to be there at the end.
Yes, and he's going well. He's on a
64 now.
64. They ran 3 actually.
Yeah, that paddle sweep. And the running between these two have been very good since Hamilton has come out. It was 103 for 4, and it's now 136. So they've put on 33 in very little time. But good aggressive running, good aggressive batting. Didn't understand the move to send Aiden Wall Jr. at 5.
We are still trying to figure it out.
Well, if you figure it out, let me know. Just couldn't understand it, you know. And then worse than that, he's a left-hander.
Yeah.
So he comes into bat with Powell, who is also a left-hander.
So,
I didn't understand the reasoning behind it.
You know, it wasn't close to 5 o'clock, so it wasn't a night watchman role. So I really didn't know what it was.
Unless they think he plays spin, he's capable against the spinners. But, it's not even a situation if it was a right-hander batting and you sent him, you say, well, you're going to change up the line.
We just not sure. And I was thinking maybe you want somebody to go after the runs, but then you have Raheem Cornwall, who could have done the same thing.
Well, and I would have think it would have been better serve he coming in at number 9 or something like that if they need 20 or 30 runs. Well, Hamilton, what a strange looking shot, because this ball was pitched, there's no one at the deep backward square, and he was trying to go in that direction, but the ball was pitched somewhere outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, I don't know why he did that.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. And he was aiming for that vacant area, but come on, you still just watch. Wait, look where he goes. Well, I tell you, it actually turned down the leg. That ball turned, didn't it?
It turned.
Yep.
Watch out what happens here. He gets up. Watch it.
Yeah, Dorich, yeah. He was waiting for him to come out his crease. Yeah, it's a strange looking shot. One could have said he could have waited in it and just worked it towards the onside as it spun into him. But he was looking, the thing is, he's not practicing that shot because they're obviously tempting him because there's no deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, but no deep backward square leg. So he's looking at that juicy area out there and saying, well, if I can get it there, I'm going to get a boundary. But the risk to me is too much.
Yeah, the risk is too much, and that's what they're hoping for him to go after it still, not giving him the ball in the right area for him to get it. But they want him to play the false shot.
He's got to stay there with Powell, and you have to think they've got to stay there until lunch. We've got what?
Just
Another
about 15 minutes, 14 to 15 minutes again for lunch.
Okay, yeah, we've got about 15 minutes to lunch.
So not much time again, just about that's about 3 overs if so much.
Yeah, well, Dominic
maybe
Drake's
4.
Primus is on. Where is he? Yes, he's at a mid-wicket position now, yeah. Powell is looking very much in command. He was getting just in line with that delivery and just opening the face because the man is at a deep point right out on the boundary, and Powell very smartly just pushing the ball to the vacant point position. So he's able to pick up that single. 110 now away from victory. Ian? And 6 wickets intact. Even Stephen, you think? Or Leeward Islands, and you'll tell me after this ball from Drake's. Or is the Leeward Islands just slightly ahead? Or
yes,
is it neck and neck?
I'll say the Leeward Islands just slightly ahead. They have just over 110 runs. Yes,
no, 111. No, 110.
Yeah, 110 runs. So there are 6 wickets in hand, 110 runs to make. I give the Leeward Islands, they have the edge right now, but Barbados could come back with a couple wickets.
If they get a wicket or 2, if they get Powell, that whole scenario could change. Or Hamilton, for that matter. This is hitting it in the air. Well, it was dropping before that. I think it went in the air for a while. Ian, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it was in the air for a while.
But it dropped before the fieldsman. Hamilton looking to go after the ball, and it was short, it was wide, and he went after it and didn't seem to time it all that well. It could very well would have ended up into the hands of that man down there. They picked up the single, so they don't think it was a chance.
No, Barbados could do well to take a wicket, but the scary thing is Raheem Cornwall could come and just take the game away from you.
This is good batting from Powell, really good batting, because they've pushed that man from a point position right out, and he's just working the ball there and picking up the singles. Yeah. Now, on the other hand, Raheem Cornwall could be dismissed within 2 deliveries.
That's going to happen as well.
You never know what you're going to get from Raheem Cornwall.
Never know.
Haven't seen Jonathan Carter into the attack, have we?
No, we have not
surprised?
seen him. I'm surprised
when you think of Devon Thomas.
And Devon Thomas yesterday. Because he himself got a couple wickets, Jonathan Carter.
He just got the 1 wicket in the first innings, that of Cornwall.
And a big wicket at that, because if Cornwall got off and he can just take the game away from any team. We've seen him demolish a couple teams in last year's CPL. scored 101 against the Red Force right here in a first-class game. His only century so far.
Yes, it was 63 for 6 when he was dismissed. And they went on to get 154. So when you think of it, that certainly wasn't a bad total in the end from where they were at 63 for 6. So the end of the over from Drake's, not a bad over. I think just 4 runs, 3 runs coming in the over. And the end of it, Hamilton is 1566 to Powell. It's 139 for 4. Remember, the target is 247.
So they're just in and around 100 runs to go, just around 108 runs to win. They will consider themselves in a very good position. Not too long again for lunch, just about 9 minutes. So, of course, Powell is doing his part. And if Hamilton can stay with him until at least 1 hour after lunch.
Well, the game should be finished by tea if Hamilton remains with Powell 1 hour, and that's if they survive lunch here first.
Yes.
And then go an hour after lunch. I think the match should be would be over. But as you rightly said a little while ago, Ian, a wicket or two and the whole scenario changes.
Whole scenario could change.
I mean, yesterday to me was, if anybody told me about it, I would tell them they're talking nonsense. But I was here to see it in my own eyes. 59 for none. Barbados coasting. They made a total idiot of me. Ian, I wouldn't call you in that when I said, well, they can bat until lunchtime today and maybe set Leeward Islands 400 odd to win.
We were saying that. We were saying
okay,
that.
you admitted you were
Yes,
part of it. Okay.
yeah.
I mean, but it was so, I mean, they were so going along so nicely. McCaskey and Mosley, not a trouble in the world, not a care in the world. And all of a sudden, McCaskey went, and it was like an earthquake.
10 wickets falling in the space of 18, 19 runs. That was amazing.
Really crazy. Can't remember seeing that I can't remember seeing it. I'll have to think. Maybe here at the Queen's Park Oval with Ambrose and England. But other than that, ooh. Yeah, Australia collapsed. They were 148 for 4 or something like that, or one. Yeah.
And we are talking about West Indies and England in 1994, but the year before that, 17 wickets fell in the first day between West Indies and Pakistan. Wazim Akram, Waka Yunus on one side, Bishop Ambrose Walsh on one side.
Yeah.
And that was an amazing test match.
I must admit, Ian, I still favour my test cricket. Not that I don't enjoy the ODIs and the T20. It's the end of the over from Holder, 140 for 4. Yeah, not that I don't enjoy it. I certainly enjoy the entertainment value.
Yes.
But when you see the test cricket, I started to look last night at the New Zealand test match against Sri Lanka, where Sri Lanka had won the toss and put New Zealand in. But I couldn't make after 12 o'clock, I think. I said no. I would be falling to sleep on myself today, and Ruskin Mark would have been going, look at him, look at him.
Yeah, you don't want to be sleeping in front of Ruskin.
Exactly. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. You know, he would have probably said again or something like that. So I turned off when New Zealand, they were about 80 for 1 or 90 for 1. How did that end up? Any idea? 155 for 2.
It's because
Kane
only
Williams,
48
yeah.
overs were bowled.
Yeah,
I think.
it was a delay. Well, it should have started around my time where I would have been fully awake at 6 o'clock. But it was a rain delay, so I think play didn't start until, they hustled for 2. Play didn't start until maybe after 10 or something like that. Yeah. So, but Sri Lanka, the Sri Lanka bowling attack is not a bad bowling attack in terms of their pacers. And they thought they would have got much more out of the pitch than they did. But Devon Conway had a good knock. When I last saw he was in 50-something not out, I think with Williamson. He ended up with 78. He ended up with 78. But that should be an interesting test match again. New Zealand always seems to come up with these interesting games and test matches. And when people say test cricket is dead,
Very much alive.
I just say go and have a look at New Zealand. Go and have a look at Australia. So Drake's not yet picking up a wicket in this innings. All the wickets going to the spinners. 3 to hold on, 1 to Boyce. Yes, and 155 for 2 New Zealand having been put into bat. Latham, he didn't get off really, 21. But the danger man, Williamson, he is there on 26 not out from 76 balls. And that's telling me that he is looking to bat a long one. Signal for Powell again.
The ball just evading Springer.
So Powell, he goes, is it 70 now? Yes, he goes into the 70s. The end of the over from Drake's. Oh no, they're changing over for the right-hander.
Yeah.
So just 1 to Powell means that Hamilton will be back in strike.
And we talk about Test cricket being dead, which I totally disagree with, because when you watch the Test series between England and Australia,
Yeah.
the ovals are packed, and it looks like if it's a limited overs game that is played.
Yep, and even India.
Test
You
cricket
look
in
at-
India
yeah.
is also packed. Of course, the crowds would have dwindled here in the Caribbean because the West Indies fortunes are not as they were 20, 30 years ago.
I remember you couldn't get into the Oval if you came, after 8 o'clock on a morning for a test match that was starting somewhere like 10 or
10,
11.
yes.
Can't remember if it was 11 in those days or 10. But if you came after 8, you couldn't get in.
And see, the thing is too, what I remember, if a test match is starting at 10, from 8 o'clock the players are already out in the field making their laps, doing their different stretches and different routines. These days it's not like that.
So at 6:30, the lines to get in the Oval at 6:30 in the morning.
Yes, I remember
think,
because
my word.
the grounds before we had the covered stands there by the KFC Royal Bank and the Caribbean stands, when they were uncovered, I remembered having to come 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock because the tickets would have been sold on the morning. They were
That's
not
right.
pre-sold. All that was putting excitement into the game. I remember coming with my bigger brother. He used to take me to cricket, and we're leaving home 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you had to leave home if you wanted to get in, and then you leave with your cooler and your food. End of the over from Drake's, 143 for 4. Yeah, that's amazing. But do you subscribe to the fact that Test cricket here in the Caribbean is dead in terms of because of the performance of the West Indies team, or the lifestyle of people have now changed?
I think it's a combination, because when you look at the CPL, there are a lot of the crowds, but then again, the CPL is played in the night.
Yeah.
So it's a combination. When you have the West Indies playing a T20 game, the crowds would come out, because the T20 game, that's where the West Indies are more competitive. So they will come out to look at a T20 game. But once the West Indies start to win again in Test cricket,
You think it's going to change?
I think they will come back. And even if they don't come back, they are still following the games on TV, on radio, and what have you.
Well, I think people still follow the games. They follow the games but with a huge disappointment. But we're going to see, because India's supposed to be coming down here July, August, before the CPL for a Test series. And we'll just have to wait and see. That's a good shot from Powell. Peeled off the outer part of the bat, but he's not going to care. It's going to run down for 4. He was on the back foot. I thought he was looking at that much squarer, but it came off the outer part of the bat and went down to the boundary very quickly indeed. But it was short of a length. Let's have a look at it. He got in on that back foot. Yes, he was looking at it square, and it came off a thickish outer part of the bat, more outside edge, but thick outside edge, and flew to the third man boundary for 4.
So it's now 100 runs to win.
Yes, 100 now to win. 240 147 for 4. 100, and you have to think if they go, once it comes into just double digits, the Leeward Islands would be happy. And that's what they're going to be saying. Guys, we have less than 100 to get. Less than 100. That's what the coaches are going to be preaching at the luncheon interval. Now we just may have one over after this, or the umpires may very well just pick the bails. Have to wait and see. That's a good delivery, quicker delivery from Holder, and not much to. Yes, umpire Bassarat just clips the bails off to indicate it's lunchtime here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes making good progress to getting to that 247. They were 13 for none overnight. So they've added, 134 runs in this session between start of play and lunch. Powell is there on 74. They've lost Hodge for 34. Saunders, he went for 9. Thomas for 4. And Walsh for 2. Walsh Jr. for 2. Hamilton is still there. He is not out on 15. And you look at some of the wicket takers. Holder, he picked up 3 for 24. Boyce was the other wicket taker when he got that wicket of Hodge. Ian?
Yes, so it's a good morning for the Leeward Islands, taking Barbados by surprise with that run rate. But of course, both teams are still in with it. Barbados need a couple wickets, and to get back into the game, the Hurricanes need exactly 100 runs again. So one way or the other, this match can finish in this session.
I would say by
lunch.
tea time. If we go
tea.
beyond tea time, it's going to be a surprise. If it does go beyond tea time, I think it means that Barbados Pride would probably be winning the game. I can't see them picking up 6. I'm very scared to say things now. I can't see them picking up 6 wickets in the session. I can see the Leeward Islands scoring the 100 runs to win. But still, it's a very tight game. 1 wicket after as they come back out lunch, the wicket of Powell can change the entire complexion of this game. But if they last an hour after lunch and maybe add another 40, 50 runs, I would say you may as well sign the book.
Yes, and there's also that element. You don't know what you're going to get with Raheem Cornwall. He could blow the game away as well. So
Raheem Cornwall seems to be one of your favorite players here. You keep mentioning Raheem Cornwall.
I also know what he's capable of.
Yeah.
I know what he's capable of, and he's a person that you cannot write off. If he gets off, he will blow you away.
Well,
but you can also get him very cheaply.
Well, let me tell you, if I was the coach of the Leeward Islands, I would instruct Powell and Hamilton that nobody else should bat here this afternoon. And Cornwall or no Cornwall. Anyway, that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. There's some of the bowling figures. 1 for 38 Boys, 3 for 24 Holder. They are the 2 main wicket takers. Springer, McAllister, Drakes yet to pick up a wicket. So the spinners are the ones doing the damage. And then the batting, of course, we said Hodge 34, Saunders 9, Thomas 4, and Walsh Jr. 2. Powell is still there, and he is the danger man together with Hamilton. Both men are still at the crease. So it's lunchtime here at the Queen's Park Oval. The game nicely poised. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they need 100 runs to win this game outright, and what a victory it would be for them when you think they trailed on the first innings by 168 to come back and win this game outright. Really, it would be a marvelous achievement on their part. Barbados Pride, on the other hand, they're not going 1 in first innings. They are not going to go down here and just give up. They're going to fight right down to the wire, and they've got 6 wickets to get before Leeward Islands can get to that 100. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Beautiful conditions here. It's nice and sunny at the Queen's Park Oval. So it's lunchtime. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back about 5 minutes before lunch to bring you the exciting session right after lunch. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a commanding position, chasing victory 147 for 4. 99 runs needed now for what at one stage seemed a very unlikely victory. I'm Joel Manning, alongside me Ruskin Mark to get things kicking off here after lunch. Ruskin, what will the approach be for the Leeward Islands?
It has to be more of the same. I think with Powell kind of taking the lead here, because he's the one who seems to have worked out what is required and the sensible approach to batting on this end. The wicket has no real terrors in it, and so it's you have to be patient as well. And to the Bajan bowlers, which is surprising to me, they've given up a lot of boundary balls. So in essence, you don't have to go looking to make things happen. It will happen because you're going to get balls that you can capitalize on. As we see Springer is going to start us off after lunch. And he's right up on target to start things off. So Powell is 74, 15 it is to Hamilton. And you cannot underestimate the role that Hamilton has to play here in this. Now we anticipate, based on what happened in the first hour, that that they scored 143 runs in the first 2 hours, the first session. I don't anticipate that they will go at that same rate, albeit they don't need that many runs, but they just need to be watchful and don't get carried away with the situation. The runs will come. You have all of today and all of tomorrow to get the required runs. You don't need all that time, but just in the back of your mind, you must be thinking, we're under no pressure here to, so I could afford to play out a maiden, 2 maidens for that matter, and but once we're there, and that's how I think this pair would have to approach things here. For Barbados, wickets. At the end of the day, that's all that is going to work in their favor here now. That's a brilliant delivery. And again, it's more of that is required. You build a little pressure and you force people like Hamilton to think that, things are happening and that they would have to try to do something to counter that. When in reality, it was a good ball. He probably didn't even need to play at it, but he did. And now you just need to try and reproduce that. And I don't think we've seen enough of that from the Barbadian bowlers today. Even the spinners, when you consider that Boyce started well and then for some reason he just seemed to get out of sync for no good reason. He started to attack Hamilton on his pads when in truth and in fact he needed to bowl Hamilton on that off-stump line. So I'm sure when they sat in the dressing room, they would have looked at that. I'm sure the coaches would have told them, guys, we just need to tighten up in these areas, keep the pressure on. We still have 100 runs to work with, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, wickets will be the order of the day for the Barbados Pride after lunch. Can they get them? Can Shamar Springer do it for them?
That's another good delivery. He's right on target, and that is what is required here. It's really about a concentrated effort. The bowlers, everyone who gets their hands on the ball, must think that they can get the job done. But in getting the job done, you, apart from getting wickets, you also have to figure out how you could limit the run scoring opportunities as well. So even if you don't get a wicket, you don't want to give up runs or give away runs in the process. So it's a kind of a two-prong approach you're taking here. That's a great shot and well fielded as well. So again, just keeping the pressure on. Can't score, not a problem. You don't get a wicket, don't give them any runs.
It certainly will be an all-round effort required for the Barbados Pride. Zachary McCaskey doing the fielding on that particular occasion, coming around to his right at cover. It's going to take some discipline from their part as well, something that was just a little lacking, you would have to say, in the morning session.
That's a good shot. They're going to get a quick single. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. It just took them a little while to come across. Boys could do nothing to prevent that single in the end. And it's 148 now for 4, so it's down to 99 runs required for victory.
Yeah, 1 by 1 would be the approach, or rather, in the manner that they've been playing, I don't think it'll be 1 by 1, maybe 3 and by 3 and 4 by 4, with the intent, the positive intent that we've seen. But it's been good intent. Kieran Powell leading that charge, 74 off 71. It's nice to see that someone experienced is standing out there and showing why they've been able to get to the highest level of the game. And I always believe that when they come back down and they play at the first class level, it's about stamping that authority and showing why you're considered a touch above the rest, especially in scenarios like this. But he's doing the job for his side. Still some work to be done. He's there with his skipper.
And this is where you don't want to get out caught in the deep attempting a big hit at this stage of the game. You know, keep the ball on the ground. That's a good shot. That's what I'm talking about. If you're going to play the shots, play the ball on the ground, and you know, don't get out caught at long on or long off trying to, you know, get on with things. There are big gaps in the field. Use those gaps to your advantage. And you know, cricket can be a simple game sometimes, and it's still about getting to the pitch of the ball and making the shots. And as a bowler, lining it up on the off stump just outside and then start to move the ball from there. It's as simple as that. And that is what it's kind of boiled down to for both of these teams at the moment. You know, here's the one coming off the pad. They think for a moment of a quick single, but it's not there. In fact, Powell was a little bit hesitant. He couldn't figure out whether Wickham was closer to the ball or not, and elected against attempting that single. So that's kind of like how they're going to have to approach it here. You know, bowl that line. I think Holder started well. He's kept it pretty much under control, not giving him too much. And they're going to take another quick single here. This is good batting, and not trying to be too fancy and do anything out of the ordinary. Just keep doing what you've been doing, and you know, the runs will come. We all know that these two batsmen are pretty quick scorers, and once they're able to do that, a 50-run partnership now between these two, 30 of them coming, you know, 30 of 35, so he's 74. He's driving hard. That's a good shot. There is a long one, but that's fine. You know, a single is more than enough under these circumstances. You got a 4 already in the over. You know, you and you got another single. So you have you know, you're turning over the scoring, and you're not taking any risk at all. So in a sense, these two could bat Barbados out of contention, even if they don't see the team over the line. But if they bat long, just by staying out there, the little despair will start to step in the Barbados, and the confidence will wane just a little bit. Here's another shot. He's going to get a couple here as well. They've gone for one. In fact, they settled for the one when they might have had a chance at a second run had they gone quickly.
I think it would have been a close call there had they opted for that second run. But that 50 partnership just takes me back to a little earlier in the discussion where we were saying it just takes 2 partnerships really and truly to get yourself into contention with scores of what they're chasing. They had the partnership of 69 with the opening pair. Of course, they would have wanted it to have been more, but it was a substantial enough partnership to give them that base. This partnership of 50 now, can they get it to 100? Can they get it to 110, 120? That's your 2 main partnerships to get you over the line.
Yep. Down the wicket he goes, and almost yorked himself as he got there. Hit it hard into his boot, but no damage done. It's 155 for 4 at the end of the over, the second after the resumption.
At this stage, you just have to play what you consider that easy cricket. Look to take advantage of the bad balls, which they have done. Look to get the singles, which they have done. It's been good cricket. It's been thinking cricket from the Leeward Islands to this stage. Obviously, they've lost those 4 wickets, and they fell relatively quickly but they've been able to rebalance themselves and continue in pursuit of what will be an amazing victory for them, you would have to say. And anybody that enjoys cricket would probably feel good about seeing them get over the line. And I say that as a very neutral individual at this stage.
Well, and again, all it takes is for Barbados to prize out one. And, things can happen. As we've seen in this game, things happen very quickly at times. So you have these periods where one team seems dominant, and then all of a sudden the opponent strikes back, and we have a different game. And another easy single being taken here. So one by one, they're inching along, and that's good cricket. And this is how you approach something like this. You don't have much batting left in the kitty, so you take the onus out here and try to make sure that you get the team over the line. And I think if these two play like this for another hour and a half, they could be home, relatively easy. And again, not much movement of his feet there, just seemed to stand there and try to play from that position, and not really making use of a short ball. But Springer, I think, will have to really up his game here now. The team needs him. They really need him to produce something here. And even if it's a spell that he doesn't get a wicket, but it has to be a spell that at least generates some kind of doubt in the batsman's mind. Maybe go past the outside edge or something, hit the edge and get something going. But you don't want to get... They're going to have to hurry here again. But again, it's a very well-judged single. Not much they could do about that. Barbados, as the ball was placed nicely into the gap by Powell. Not for the first time. We've seen him play that shot very often, and picking up ones and twos with regular frequency, with great frequency, the outside end. And he's not taking the risk. He's not giving the bowler too much of a chance.
Yeah, certainly good running by this pair throughout this partnership. And it's always about that early call and that early decisive call of yes.
Short ball, cracked away, and he's going to get another single as well. So they're doing the smart thing. Take what the bowlers give. It's a no ball as well. You don't want to give them runs. You want to keep it. A single is a single. Don't give them an extra run or anything like that. The score pushes on to 159 now for 4. So that required rate, or that required number, is coming down quite nicely. It's 87 required now. And Powell's bat is looking as broad as a door right now, as he just comes easily into line and plays it defensively on the onside.
With the amount of time that he spent at the crease, and with the amount of experience that he has as a batter, he would have to be telling himself that it certainly is relatively easy out there for him at the moment.
He is lifting this one over the head of the long off fieldsman. It goes bouncing into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. There was a mid-off, and fairly deep, but not deep enough. And Powell got under that one and just hoisted it over the head of the inner ring, and it bounced down into the long off boundary for 4 runs. Deliberate.
Deliberate shot, that indeed, from Karen Powell. I think it was a bit more of the muscle factor than anything else that took it over the head of Shane Mosley, because he certainly wasn't anywhere near the pitch of that one, but just allowed his hands to go straight through with that one. With the power that he has, got it over the head of Mosley and collects another boundary. Takes him now to 80.
Outside of the legs he goes this time, and luckily for him, Powell didn't get a touch, as that too could have probably gone down to either fine leg or wide of the man at fine leg, possibly even to the boundary. But it didn't. The end of another over. It's 163 now for 4.
Once again, just picking the right deliveries to go after, and he's done it well throughout this innings. An innings at which he's been batting at more than a run a ball for the entirety of it. And it's really put that pressure on to the Barbados Pride, because he simply has not slowed down at any point. He's not allowed them to think. He's not allowed them to really settle into a rhythm. And it's been working for him. It's been working for the Hurricanes. You just wonder, will it be enough? Can he get them over the line? Shem Holder is going to continue.
3 for 31 so far. And you remember when the inning started, Hodge was the one who was taking the lead, and Powell was very sedate, very quiet, and but here he is now, leading from the front and carrying his team. Hamilton very watchful and right in behind it, getting everything behind the ball. And what it is now is that you would want to believe that Shem Holder, recognizing that Hamilton is playing him almost exclusively off the back foot. He is cutting and getting some runs. Will he get a boundary? I don't think so. It's not going to get there. Doesn't have the legs for it. Mosley is after it, and he overhauls it three quarters of the way to the boundary. But that's 2 more to the kitty. 26 now to Hamilton, and so he's primarily playing him off the back foot. He's not prepared to go too far out in front. So maybe he could try to entice him with a couple of flighters, maybe just outside the off stump, have him reach for them, and see if he can induce a forward shot. There is a forward short leg, as well as a slip. Cutting again, this time much squarer, much more powerfully, and much better plays. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Brilliant from Hamilton. And so he's really upsetting the best laid plans here of Shane Dowich at the moment, because Burridge has 2 men, one at extra cover and a mid-off, as well as a slip. So just 3 on the offside, but the last 2 deliveries were basically cutaway out there. So he's now forcing him to change the field a little bit. So again, by the stroke play and by him maneuvering the field, it now forces a little rethink of the attack. Driven down the ground, and another comfortable single. So this is very good batting on the part of Hamilton. He quickly goes on to 31, and the score goes up to 170 for 4. 76 now required.
Certainly good batting from the skipper, Jamar Hamilton. He's really cut well today. A lot of his cuts are more so off of the seamers, but even there with Shem Holder getting back that transfer of weight onto that back foot, and he's really been cutting it well today and collected quite a few boundaries because of it.
Sun is back out now in all its glory. I don't think the Bajans like this too much. They'd much prefer it stay a little bit cloudy, maybe give them a little sea movement or something, but when the sun is out there like that, it's just going to bake the ground even more, make it even slower, and much more easy pace for the batsman. Right out in front is Powell to end the over. So 170 for 4 it is. He remains on 80. Hamilton is 31. They already have a 50 partnership, so now they have to be thinking, well, we got 50 and we didn't take too many risks. Let's keep going, see if we can add another 50, and and take it from there. And they'll get periods in the game when they can score quickly, and then there are periods when you just have to, consolidate and just take what the bowlers give you, and I think they've done that very well.
I was going to question, what does Shane Dowich do? Who does Shane Dowich go to in terms of breaking this partnership, looking to take the wicket? And I now see the ball in the hands of Jonathan Carter, who picked up that wicket just before lunch yesterday, the wicket of Rakeem Cornwall. So it seems as if they're looking to Jonathan Carter to be that man to break this partnership. And we did say yesterday he has a knack of taking wickets. And we'll see if it pays off for him here today, or whether or not the Hurricanes batters will just see him off and get even closer to that target. But we're at that stage where Shane Dowrich is going to have to try things, because he needs to break this partnership. He needs to get at least another one, another two, to put that pressure back onto the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
He's going at a delivery wide. They're going to squeeze a quick single. He didn't really get much power into the shot. It bounced into the offside. And they got a single. But that was a wide ball he was chasing after there. And that's kind of like the lack of pace on the part of Carter. The batsmen feel they could catch up with those wide deliveries as well.
I would just hope that from a Leeward Islands perspective that the intensity does not drop now with Jonathan Carter on, because that is how you then end up losing that wicket. You tell yourself that you've gotten through the main bowlers, and then all of a sudden you get a little more comfortable, you start to play a little more loose. I would just like to think that they keep that intensity up.
On his legs, clipped away nicely, but very well fielded again. And you can't help but observe the confidence with which Powell is playing. He looks in total control of the game. And nothing seems to be phasing him right now. And I think he just has to understand his importance to this run chase, and how much his team is going to rely on him to be there when they if they could get over the line, and so he now has to shoulder that responsibility even more now, even be more determined. That's a great shot, back past the bowler, and that's 4 runs again. So it's he's really picking his spots here now, Kieran Powell, just not allowing the bowlers to settle against him, and there was Carter pitching up and given the treatment.
Yeah, full and not much in it there on that particular occasion from Jonathan Carter into the swinging arc of Kieran Powell, and actually comes off the bottom of the bat, but the power of the man ensures that that ball runs all the way down towards that long on position. Another 4 to him, and more importantly 4 less runs to get now for the Hurricanes.
He goes again, and just wide of the man at mid-on, and that's a repeat. Almost in the identical position. This one probably hit a little bit harder, but it's 4 more. 179 now for 4. He races to 88, 12 away from a deserved 100.
Back-to-back boundaries there for Paul. Once again, just getting a little bit too close to him there. Does Carter, and at the medium pace that he's bowling, not much behind it, not much movement as well. Kieran Powell is going to have a swing at that, especially given that mid-on and mid-off are up. So not much danger, you would have to say, in playing that type of shot, either, as we now see Dominic Drake's being asked to just take a couple steps back, closer towards the boundary. Not all the way at long on, but he's still some distance away from where he was before.
Springer is also at that straightish mid-on. And this time they think for a quick single, it's not there. And a good call. Powell saw the danger and sent him back immediately, as McCaskey was looking for something to do. 179 for 4 at the end of it. Hamilton is 32 and Powell is on 88.
Shane Dowrich looking to Jonathan Carter there to kind of break the partnership. Instead, the overs costed 9 runs, getting them ever closer to that target of 247 to win. This is good, positive batting. Kieran Powell just 12 away from another first-class 100, and he's not put a foot wrong at all today, not put a hand wrong. And if he's able to get to those 3 figures, you must say it's well-deserved on the part of the young man.
He's certainly batted well. We knew the importance of him to the team, and he didn't get much in the first innings, but he certainly set up his team here nicely now, so that they could kick on and possibly go 67 away at the moment. 179 for 4, and all of a sudden Shane Dowrich now having to figure out what are the best field placings to try to curb this run flow. And he again goes back to Springer and says, can you get me something here? We need something, and we need it badly. It's a pity he doesn't have a Colin Murray or somebody he could throw the ball to, and end the game quickly.
And that's because he's dug up the pitch or what?
One way or the other, the game is going to end. That's on the legs, and again another easy single. And we've seen so many of these now where they just nudge here, nudge there, and they're picking up those singles that you're not getting that sort of consistency of line bowling that you need now, just to help the captain, just so that he could feel that, look, the field settings are working. It's like every ball now he's having to adjust or do something differently, and an indication that he's not getting what he wants from the team. He's pulled away one of the slips now, and so it's just down to one slip. And so he's going to set the same field that he had earlier. He has that straightish mid-wicket or short mid-on. In fact, he has two mid-wickets now, a straight one and a square one. He has a man at deep square leg. He has a man down on the fine leg boundary as well, and a mid-on. And he goes with him a no ball, and they're going to get a single. But I thought the umpire was signaling a no ball. Yes, he was. I thought for a minute he was trying to get out the way. It was just a reflex action that the hand went up, but it is a no ball. And so you see, this is the problem now that Dowrich is facing, because he's not getting what he wants from the bowlers. And, the left-hand, right-hand combination is also working against him at the moment. So it's a tough situation to be in. You're trying to limit runs. 4 runs again. There's a man out there, so he's going to cut that off. But that's another good shot into the deep. And driving well is Hamilton. He has grown in confidence since getting to the crease. He's up to 34 now, and Powell is on 89.
He's certainly grown in confidence indeed, and he's really played well. I talked about the cut shots that he's played, but overall, in terms of going through the offside, he's really played quite well and played with the experience that we know that he has.
And here it is, Powell. Again, just kind of playing around his pads a little bit. It's probably a weakness that Shane Dowrich has noticed, that he tends to play the ball in that arc right there. He's either going straight, which we've seen him play well, playing the ball straight. So he has the mid-on and the mid-off fairly deep, and but he also has these two catchers at that mid-wicket position. One is straight, just to the left of the non-striker, and the other one a little bit squarer as well. From around the wicket, and that one is driven again. And so Powell is finding ways to deny him at the moment. He's up to 90 now, and the score inches on to 184 for 4 with Hamilton on 34.
And just one delivery left now in the Shamar Springer over, and he'll be hoping that it could be a wicket-taking delivery. Jamar Hamilton on the other end will want to say something different about it, but something will have to give at some point for the Barbados Pride, and it will take a seriously disciplined effort. You talked about bowling one side, bowling to the plans, and I think that's just where it's fallen apart, and I guess that's what pressure does to you.
And once again, it's a ball that is played away nicely, and they're going to get 2. They think maybe of a third run, and they're coming for it. And that's good running on the part of Kieran Powell. Excellent running, the batsman picking up 3 runs, and that brings it to 184 now for 4. 87 rather, for 4. They're 59 away now from their target.
Yeah, things creeping ever closer to that victory for the Hurricanes, and the intensity there is still good to see running that 3. Powell, especially given that he's been there all day. Spent some time at the crease, and out there is hot, extremely hot for them. And I could see them taking on some liquids now. That 3 probably winded them just a bit, but it's still good to see that intensity out there, and that's what's required. That's how you go after targets that are set for you.
And they're doing it, and you know they're doing it. They're being smart about their approach to the game. We all know they want to get on with it, and I think the Bajan bowlers also know that, but they're not recklessly going after the bowling. You know, they're taking what the bowlers give them. I mean, how many times are we going to say that? Because the field placing, now the fields are a little bit spread. So they're finding those little gaps. You know, you may not be able to hit the boundaries as frequently as before, but they've been able to place the ball into the gaps. Sprint, you just saw them take a 3. You know, we haven't seen too many of those, but we got a lot of singles and possibly 2s at times. But when you can do that, and when you run like that, you rotate strike quite frequently, and that keeps the bowlers a little bit off balance, and you know, you're keeping them honest, as they say. They have to think up new plans every time.
Yeah, talking about those plans, I just happened to look downstairs and see that Shane Dorrich was in council with Dominic Drakes and Shane Mosley, and I just wish I could hear what that conversation was, because I know it has to be, who do we turn to get this wicket? Where do we need to place fielders? What kind of lengths and lines do we need to be bowling to this pair?
And again, they're going to squeeze 1, possibly 2, and yeah, they're going to get 2 comfortably down to backward point, and no problems there for them. So it's just been I don't want to say it's a procession, but it has been a professional job that these two are doing. You know, they kind of worked out the situation, and they're just executing their plans while foiling those of the Barbados Pride outfit.
They've certainly been executing as that man who was out on the point boundary and Shem now comes to what is your traditional point position. I figured at some point they're going to need to do that because they need to stem the flow of runs.
He's hitting this one hard down to mid-off, but he can't get it through. And there was real intent in that one there. He was really going for broke here. And unfortunately, he hit it straight to Drakes and couldn't get it through at mid-off. And I could see Powell telling him, you know, now is not the time. You know, now is not the time to do that. You know, you could take that same delivery and maybe just turn it on the onside and get a comfortable single. And here he is, watchful. That's good bowling also from Carter, to his credit. He's keeping it on the stumps, so you have to respect him for that.
Yeah, you have to be there and thereabouts with your lines and lengths at this stage. And I still want to come back to the fact that he brought in that point, because with just over 50 runs required, you know, you need to stop these runs at this point.
Yeah, again, they can't get it through.
You need to kind of force the Leeward Islands now to look at different options for those runs, because it became too easy at one point with the field spread and the bowlers bowling relatively wide or just angled down the leg side, getting clipped off and getting worked around. And I think that is at this stage now where they simply need to take it now. If not, it is game over.
Yep, they're going to cruise home. Yeah, he is cracking this one, and that's kind of like the double-edged sword that you're playing with here. Do you leave the man out there to protect the boundary, or do you bring him to cut off the single? He chose to bring him in after a couple balls, and Hamilton defied him there with a well-played cut shot for 4 runs. Square the wicket it went, and well executed.
Well executed indeed. I talked about the fact he played extremely well throughout this innings into that offside region, whether or not he's been driving, punching or cutting, and we see it there again. But the issue was that Jonathan Carter gave him the room, so the captain has brought in the point, probably asked him to just bowl a touch straighter, but just straying there in the line that he was asked to bowl, you would have to say.
And again he's driving, but again he can't get it through. The field is well set there for that. 193 for 4 it is. Hamilton is up to 43 and Powell is on 90. 53 is the required total now.
$193 for 4. 54 runs now for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The charge being led by the anchor man in Karen Powell. His captain is there alongside him, and alongside me is Colin Murray.
Yeah, I nearly didn't make it. I was shocked. Ruskin Mark got up so quick out of the chair and then hustled across to sit in another chair. Joel, I was stunned. But then again, how long you know Ruskin Mark?
2 days.
2 days, right. I knew him many. I know too many years, and so I know. But here's Springer trying to pick a pepper for Barbados. And Powell gets a single. Well, it's... unless something very strange happens, Joel, it seems that the Leeward Islands will go ahead and win this game. I don't want to talk too soon. There's still 54 runs to win, but these two are so well set. Powell on 90 and Hamilton on 43. Or Powell now goes to 91, is it? Yeah, 91. And Hamilton on 43. They look so comfortable and composed batting.
You call it strange, but I wouldn't even say it is strange. I say it's well deserved
if
they do get over the line, because they've put in the efforts required. They've done what was needed from them.
Well, he's even getting a 4 off the edge now. So he was on the front foot. The ball just came off the edge of the bat there and rolled to the right of the man at slip. He never moved. And who's that at slip? I mean, he sort of just stood there and watched the ball going past him, and it rolled all the way to the boundary for 4. So it means that 49 now to win. What a remarkable comeback here from the Leeward Islands. I mean, it's been a super performance from them, and kudos to them. And it has put them now in a position that they can certainly look to maybe win the championship. Here is a quick single. It's put them in a position where they, by the time we calculate points, etc., they can certainly be in the top 3.
Certainly, they're making that type of a push. But if I could only go back to yesterday and be inside of their dressing room when they were given that speech by management, because I heard that it was a very invigorating speech in it, asked them to go there and really play to their skills. And I honestly would like to record that speech and play it back for every single cricketing opposition
the first
at
time
some point.
You need to play to the West Indies team. I think that's the first port of call. Just a single here for Powell. Seems to be a leg by. Let's wait and see if there's a signal or if he got any bat onto it. No, he didn't. So a leg by. But they all count. So they just 1 run away from the 200. Oh, it is that. That was the 200. So the 200 is now up. 200 for 4. 47 runs away from victory, the Leeward Islands. And Barbados, 6 wickets to get. The Barbados pride. You must say though, Joel, and you know these guys better than I do. You see them much more than I do. Here is just after this delivery from Springer. Yeah, they looked a beaten team.
At this stage, yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the demeanor from some of them, and they just gives me the impression that they, as we say, they're just waiting for the final rites, and for them to get off the field and get back to the hotel and sit down and maybe tomorrow have a little meeting. Not sure if they're going to go back into the nets, practice, or if they're going to just have a little team meeting, or maybe just relax for the day. Sometimes it's good to get the mind off of the game. It's the end of the over from Springer. It's 200 for 4, and the Leeward Islands marching on here to victory, just 47 runs away from what would be indeed a super victory for them if they were to achieve it. Yeah, it's sometimes it might be a good thing that you have your team meeting later, you talk about the game, and we talk, and let's just have a look at some of the other games. Guyana, well, they're grinding Trinidad and Tobago Red Force into the ground. It's 217 now for 3. And the Windward Islands, they're marching on to victory as well, because they have Jamaica 75 for 4. And remember, the Jamaica chasing over 400 to win. So it seems that the Windward Islands will also be victorious, and they will also climb the ladder. So the standings could very well be, depending on the Guyana result, Guyana, Windwards, Leewards, Barbados. Barbados would slip into maybe 4th position. Again, we're just waiting and when we accumulate all the points. But it's been, you're looking, maybe it's just a good thing for them to have their team meeting today, discuss the game, see where you went wrong, and then tomorrow do something different. Take your mind off cricket, and then come Sunday, you're back at practice or something like that.
The thing about it is that I don't think that practice could potentially help 78 all out, because there's nothing to practice there. It was, I'll get back into after this.
I don't mean
no, you're laughing. I know you guys are laughing.
But Joel, I don't mean practice in that sense. I said you got to go back into the nets. You got to go back into the nets anyhow. You know, I'm just mean just to go and practice and get back into the rhythm of things. But I agree with you.
It's all up top in the head.
Yeah.
It's literally everything that happened yesterday came from the head. One or two got good deliveries, but other than that, nothing out there nets can fix.
Yeah.
I promise you that is a mental standpoint for these guys at this point, and is if they can come back and bounce back from the mental flop that they had yesterday, that has now put them into this position whereby they're looking like they will lose.
Well, that's a poor shot, but he gets away with it. I thought he was looking to go over extra cover, and it could so easily have ended up into the hands of either long off or the man at that short extra cover. And no need to take, that's Drake's. No need to take that kind of risk, though. You're batting so well. Why lift it? Play it along the ground. There's a long off in position. Get it all along the ground to the man. What's going to most likely happen as we look at Boyce continuing? Powell has batted really well. It's been a nice innings from him in terms of measured. It's been a measured innings. You know, he's played everything on its merit. And the bad ball he's put away. He's going to pick up a single. The thing is, it appears next weekend here, the two beaten teams will be playing, which is Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. So, again, it's all mental. So, the 100 partnership is out. So, they came together at 103 for 4. And it's now 203 for 4. And Hamilton just 1 away from a half century. And Powell 7 away from what would be a thoroughly deserved 100.
Thoroughly deserved indeed. I just want to keep harping on the fact that 2 partnerships is all it takes.
That's a good delivery, Yorker length, as Hamilton started to maybe come forward and realize it was the arm ball just coming into his pads. Oh, that's another good delivery. Well defended from Hamilton. So the end of the over from Boyce. The end of it, it's 203 for 4. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 44 runs away from victory. Oh, well. Ruskin Mark, you can go home early today. You can go and put those weary feet of yours up. And well, you probably have some errands to run for the wife, because you haven't done anything for the last 2 days for her. So you'll have to go to the grocery. You'll have to go and put gas in a car. You've got lots of things to do. Ruskin Mark has a lot of stuff to do. He's probably happy that he's going to get a couple hours off this afternoon, and then all of tomorrow. So tomorrow will be an off day for you guys. Joel, what were you up to? You would have thought tomorrow you would have been in the Oval, wouldn't you?
The only saving grace is that I don't have to walk those steps tomorrow. There's quite a few steps here to get into the media box of the Queen's Park Oval. So enough exercise for me over the last 3 days.
Well, the only good thing is it's been like that for many years. It's just it wasn't built just because you were coming. It's been like that since the days going back to the Tony Coziers and the Reds Pereiras. Icons in the commentary world. A matter of fact, there was an incident here, and I can't remember it, Tony Cozier, where he was sort of, I can't remember if it was an article or a commentary where he was trying to get somebody. You're saying somebody should be out of the West Indies team. I can't remember actually who it was, and he was saying, well, you know, let's use Ruskin. Not that he would have made a West Indies team, but so he was talking about Ruskin Mark should have been dropped, and he shouldn't be playing for the West Indies. He shouldn't be playing for the. And in those days, we didn't have that Larry Constantine stand. That double leg used to be called a concrete stand, really and truly, just 2 levels. But they were known as the heckling stand. You know, they were the stand that, they were the ones that Oh, this is just over the head of the slip region. The second slip, he actually cut it, and it went quickly off the bat. And before, is that McCaskey there at second slip?
It's actually Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, that's Jonathan Drakes, but it went quickly. By the time he reacted, it was over his head and down to the boundary for 4. There is it. He was just dabbing at it, really. Got away with it, but it came off quickly off the bat. So he goes to 97 now. Yeah, and so you had to walk all the way past that concrete stand to get to the media box. And boy, this concrete, and I think it was a Trini who he had said to drop. And the concrete stand let him have it all the way to walk up the stairs. And they said, you should fall off the top, and all sorts of things were said to him. But such an icon in commentary. May he rest in eternal peace, Tony Cozier. And of course, Reds Pereira, who's still around. I've spoke to him a couple of days ago, Reds Pereira. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, Joel. Once you come back to Queen's Park Oval to do commentary, you're going to have to walk the stairs. But don't worry.
I feel honoured to have walked the same stairs as those gentlemen.
Oh yeah. I mean, and I remember actually doing a test match, England test match with Geoff Boycott. I was doing actually radio. And Geoff Boycott was telling me, he said, geez, these stairs. I said, isn't it better than facing Holden and company? He said, yeah, maybe it's better I walk the stairs. But it's amazing. So 98 there now is Powell, just 2 runs away. But Hamilton will now be looking to get to his 50 as McAllister in his 4th over, none for 27. Yep. Yeah, he is. Well, I think he's decided it's make or break now, because it's Hamilton. That's his 50. Very good knock from Jamar Hamilton. Just turning that delivery down to fine leg, and gets the applause from his teammates. And so he is on to a half century. It's 209 for 4. As Powell is going to be back in strike, so the next landmark would be his 100.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. That's what you call a captain's knock from Jamar Hamilton. His 26th half century at the first class level. And he knows that this is a big one for him, and a big one for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Appreciated by his teammates and the coaching staff. Job not done yet, though. 38 runs required for them to take victory here in round 3.
They're going to get a single. We've seen Powell play that type of shot numerous occasions when he just opens the face to guide it away from the man at cover, and he picks up a single. So he is now 99. It's 210 for 4 at the end of the over. 37 runs to win for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
I said a bit earlier that Powell has not put a foot wrong in this innings. It's been beautiful to watch from him, and I said that it was also better that it was also at a run of ball, basically for the entirety of this inning, which means that he really kept his foot on the gas and really kept the pressure on, found ways to get the runs, took advantage of the bad balls. And for anybody that has had a chance to watch it, whether or not here in person, the few people scattered around or watching via the stream, they would know that this was a brilliant innings from him, and just one away now. That is 100 that he deserves.
And when you think of it, 40 overs for 200, so they're going just over 5 runs and over, 5.2. And I think it was really set up by Hodge and Powell this morning. I think their start, they decided that they were gonna push on. It was not a situation, look, we have 2 days to make these runs, and let's just look at Boyce. He's not going to get the 100 there. Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of, we're going to score 40 between start of play and lunch and another 40 after tea. They took the attack to the Barbados Pride bowlers. Well, that's it. 100 for Powell, Karen Powell there. What an innings from him. 100 off exactly, is it 100 balls? 100 off of 100 balls. and you could not ask for a better knock from this man. You looked through he was struggling really in the first couple of games. When you look at, let's just quickly, in the 4 innings so far he's batted, before this game, he's only got to 59 runs, plus the 4 in the first innings, which is 63. That's a good shot. That's going to run away. Give him some air, and a beauty of an on-drive, or one would say a straight drive more than anything else, from Hamilton down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, you know, you look at it, 63 runs before this innings, and what a time to come and get 100. What a time to stand up and be counted for your team. We always know he has the ability, but you know, we talk so much about people with ability and people with potential, you know, but it's time you stand up, and he did that today for his team, and kudos. You can't praise this innings too much.
Certainly was brilliant from 800s before this. This now makes it number 9 at this level. And you must say that it was fantastic.
11 fours and 3 sixes in that 100 ball 100. He never really looked in trouble, did he? Can't say that the ball was beating the bat. Another easy single here. So Hamilton up to 55. 30 runs now needed. Certainly the countdown is on.
It's certainly been a game of 2 halves.
Oh, it has.
You would have to say down and out with the Leewards in the first half.
Runs again, too short from Boyce. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they won't.
Zachary McCaskey very quickly on
the ball
there.
I thought it was 2 from the time he played it, and I think they were looking for 2, but McCaskey was on to that ball quickly.
If Ruskin were the one in this chair, he would say, had you been the one running around,
they would have run 3. Yeah, no, he would have said 3. He would have said 3. I know him very well. He would have said 3.
But no, it's been good stuff, good positive cricket all throughout the innings. As I said, outside of what would have been those 4 wickets that fell relatively quickly, they've caught themselves back and got themselves back into this position as Hamilton just comes forward to another delivery, kills it in front of him, and that brings the end of another over. 219 for 4, some 41 overs gone, but more importantly, just 29 runs now needed for victory.
Yeah, 29 runs needed. The board has a 218 for 4, so I'm just going to go with that big replay screen there. The board has 218 for 4. So it means that just 29 runs needed. So, Joel, you're taking your leave, and the Frenchman is coming in. Yeah, I'm going to take my leave. I'm going to take my leave in an over or so. Let Ruskin Mark have the honor. Ian, not many times he can, when he's when he played, he never won a game. So at least when he commentates, I'm going to let him call the winning run. You know what I mean? Winning wasn't important for Ruskin when he played. The participation was what it's called. Yes. He was one of those who said, hey, let's just participate. Forget about winning. Yeah, that's the Olympic spirit, he says. You hear for yourself. He says that's the Olympic spirit.
Olympic spirit.
Yeah, it's just participation is what counts. But it's going to be McAllister again. He's completed 4 overs, none for 29. We see they've actually put a third slip in position now. Powell having a go at that one. He wouldn't want to give it away now. Was short, and he's bent his back in the last over, and that first delivery was quick as well. Was short, lifting, and you could see him trying to carve it square on the offside, but I thought it was onto him much quicker than he anticipated.
Perhaps they are looking for that one last effort, one last go. They need 5-6 wickets.
27, it's 28 needed. It's going to be, they need more than one last go, Ian, trust me. They've got to get these two out and then hope that there's a collapse.
Hope there's a collapse.
But once one of these two stay in, that's it. And thing is, at this point in time, it's from a mental perspective, both Hamilton and Powell should be talking to one another and saying, hey, we got to see it through. Those 28 runs, we must be here when those 28 runs are scored. That's well played. Runs in it for Powell. They're going to come back for the second. They're going to get it comfortably this time because he was just kind of opening the face of the bat and guiding it down towards third man. So they pick up 2 runs. So the score moves on to what? 220, 221 now, 221.
And it's good to see these two batsmen putting up their hands and getting the runs. Kyron Powell and Shamar Hamilton together would have played over 200 first-class matches, 2 of the more experienced players in the team. And that is what they needed from their opener, experienced opener, and the captain. And they would have played cricket at the highest level. Hamilton played 1 test, Powell played 34 tests.
McAllister is really pumping coming in, but the pitch is playing wonderfully well. And, if you tell anybody on this pitch, Barbados were bowled out for 78, they would want to know, what sort of language that is. Because it was really, in the end of the day. And Ian, I don't care how well you tell me that Devon Thomas bowled and Cornwall bowled. To make 78 on a track like this, it was just pure bad batting.
Yes, some people would attribute it to good bowling, but how the pitch played. But
I didn't get up. They go through for quick. So Hamilton will have to hurry. He gets home. That's good. A good call in the end because Hamilton was sitting on his bat, and I thought, he may not have gone for that. Signal a leg by, and almost it's Powell wanting to get away from the strike, and it means that Hamilton will be. Yes, he thought he would have got up much more than it did.
He ducked
and he was
into it.
He ducked into it, and. But he's a big boy. Notice he's not rubbing or anything like that. You never let the fast bowlers know that you're hurting.
No, in fact, he took off a single to rub salt in the wound.
Yes, and he got it. So 2-2-2 for 5, double Nelson. Remember umpire David Shepherd when it was 111, 222, he was hopping on one leg. That's short and lifting there. And there was Hamilton just easing out of the way. So it's 222 now, 25 runs needed. Powell 103 and Hamilton on 55. But you have to say, Ian, it's been a really good partnership between these two. They came together with a total on 103. And for some unknown reason, Hayden Walsh Jr. was sent in at number 5 ahead of Hamilton. And the experiment did not work. And eventually Hamilton had to come out there himself, and he's done well.
Very well, and the skipper following the opposing skipper in the first innings, who's also a wicketkeeper, Shane Dowich, who scored 119. Hamilton just helping his team go, and this is a shot.
Yes, he got too much on top of it, didn't he? Made it into a Yorker. He used his feet nicely and was looking to drive, but then he found he was too much over the ball, and he almost had to dig it out and played it towards mid-off. Well, that's gone straight back to the man at long on, and it's dropping just in front of him. Let's see, who is that there? That's Jonathan Drakes. And there was Powell hitting it. I think he went to hit it a little straighter than he did, and it went out towards that mid-on position, and Drakes coming in quickly just couldn't get under the ball. Let's have a look at it, Ian. I think he was trying to hit it a little straighter than he did. But there is Drakes coming in, and probably just got under it, yeah. And Hamilton now, whoa, that's a splendid catch. Whoa, what a catch there at the short extra cover position, and really and truly it turned out to be a magnificent catch, a diving effort. Is it Drake's?
It
Well,
is Drake's.
he is such a superb fieldsman. He was airborne when he took it to his left. Now, he is left-handed, but what a super catch. And the innings from Hamilton comes to an end. And really and truly, it was a brilliant catch, but a disappointing dismissal. As I said, Ian, and I keep saying it time and time again, these two needed to see it through. Don't have a new batsman coming out now.
Because anything can happen.
Exactly. You know, and why? Why take the risk? The same way you hit the ball in the air, he could have played it along the ground with the same power. Get over the ball, play it along the ground, and whether you get 4 or 6, you know, but you've given the fieldsman, as they say, once the ball is in the air, you're giving a fieldsman a chance to take a catch, and that's what happened.
And a brilliant catch
Brilliant,
it was.
absolutely brilliant.
Dominic
And,
Drake showing another facet of his game.
So 223 for 5, and Hamilton going for 55, and Kofi James is the new batsman, but of course the players in the meantime are just getting themselves refreshed. So you still 24 to win with 5 wickets intact. You have to say, Ian, that it's still 99.9% in favour of the Leeward Islands.
Of course.
And once Powell is there, that is also the key. And I would think that a message would have come out with Kofi James to Powell to say, listen, you cannot get out. You've got to see us through those 24 runs. But what a magnificent... This has been a truly super effort from the Leeward Islands to come back in this game the way they have done it. And once they go on to win it, you will have to give them real, kudos to them. It's been absolutely magnificent.
Yes, a beautiful effort from the Leeward Islands. Kieran Powell needed to get 100. Personally, for himself, he will be one of the players looking at the regional team. Of course, it might be difficult now to say you can't displace Craig Brathwaite or Chanderpaul at this stage, but there is also that number 3 batsman.
Yeah.
And remember back in the past, Richie Richardson was an opener for the Leeward Islands, but batted number 3 for the West Indies. There is always that option because we have some problems in the middle order for West Indies right now. That's
3, 4, 5, 6.
3, 4, 5, 6, and that's a given. There's no doubt about it. So here is an opportunity even for players who are openers to play at number 3. That's an option that we can look at.
Yeah,
so there's always an option for players to come in. Don't get
Disheartened.
disheartened by the partnership between Chanderpaul and Brathwaite. There's always an opener who can slip in at number 3.
Yeah, it seems that you're having a look at the openers, Ian. I saw somewhere along the line where you were making a call for Nandu, is it?
Not necessarily to make the team, but they can keep an eye on him and just monitor his progress, because he did start with a beautiful 100 in this tournament. He struggled a bit among the runs for the next couple of games, but he has a lot of potential.
Well, that's the thing. It's consistency is what one is looking at. But here's Kofi James, the new batsman, and he's going to take strike from Kamari Boyce. And getting onto the back foot early. He's got to be careful with that, because Boyce can slip in a quicker one, arm ball. They always tell you when you first go to bat, get on the front foot. That's what I was taught as a young man. Not that it helped me, Ian. I'm saying that before asking my comments. But we always taught that, get as much early as possible, get on your front foot.
But I know being on the back foot shows that the batsman is not confident as yet. He wouldn't, when he faces a couple balls, then he might decide
to go on the front foot.
Yeah.
Well, we'll wait and see. But it's the end of his over. It's 223 for 5. 24 runs still needed. And you bet your life that Barbados Pride are going to try to pick up a couple more wickets to put them under pressure. But to let you know how they're going to get these 24 runs. The last time, yesterday afternoon, when I passed the microphone to him, all he was going is that he's gone. That's out. That's out. That's out. That was all I was hearing.
Yes.
I don't know if the same thing is going to happen today. But I'm going to let Ruskin Mark join you, Ian, for the final rights.
So the Leeward Island Hurricanes are 223 for 5. Kofi James just joining Kieran Powell, who is 104 because of the dismissal of Jamal Hamilton. A brilliantly Brilliantly caught by Dominic Drakes for 55 off the bowling of Kamari Boyce. But in the meantime, this is Jai McAllister. A short ball, he's hooking.
Could be out.
And he's
he was
gone.
in
Now
fact
this
caught
as
in the
Ruskin
deep.
comes. And wicket, Ruskin, you are the you bring the wickets.
It's a bad shot because the trap was set for him, and he saw the short ball, went after the hook, and couldn't keep it down, and succeeded only in picking out Wickham in the deep, caught at the deep square leg boundary, and that is the end of Kieran Powell for 104.
This is not what Leewards wanted, because now you are giving Barbados a chance. They are getting an opening, and 2 wickets, that is a serious problem. Now we have another batsman coming in. It's not Rakeem Cornwall. It could be, my guess, it could be Louis. Jeremiah Louis. It looks like Jeremiah Louis coming down the steps. Now Barbados can look to bring back a Dominic Drakes from the northern end. You have 2 new batsmen at the wicket. It's good now to bring on some pace. So let's see what Barbados will do, as Jai McAllister still have 5 more deliveries with the express pace that he has. Now you're having Kofi James, who only faced 3 deliveries on one end, and Jeremiah Louis yet to face a ball. You have a pumped up Barbados team, a pumped up Jai McAllister. Ruskin, what is your call for the next couple overs?
Well, they have to get back on track here now at the Leeward Islands, but for Barbados, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for them. They really just got a foot in the door here, and now they're trying to kick it wide open and see if they can't get it. And when we did see that McAllister was really bending his back here. Now remember, in the previous over, he struck Powell. So once Powell saw the short ball, he wasn't prepared to duck again.
Yes.
So he went for the hook shot, and unfortunately for him, he hit it straight down the throat of the man at deep backward square.
Barbados has found a way back into the game with 2 quick wickets. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
And there's another one that they're appealing for a catch, but I don't think he touched it down the leg side. The umpire says not out. So they still need the 24 runs. 223 now for 6. And all of a sudden the game takes on a different complexion.
And this is what Colin Bowen and Vasper Drakes would have wanted from the Barbados team. Exactly what they wanted. 2 quick wickets.
And now the pressure is back on the Leeward Islands now. They are the ones who now have to kind of weather this storm here. And there's a quick delivery, striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. And unless he was struck outside the off stump. But that certainly was a quick one. And Louis must be thanking his lucky stars here, because that ball jacked back at him at pace and struck him below the knee roll. So I don't think, unless he was struck outside the off stump. But that was
close. That was close, Ruskin. That looked like very close. That's why the Barbadians are so confident, Jai McAllister. Oh my. I think Louis would consider himself very fortunate there.
Well, he's living a charmed life, let's just put it that way, because that was certainly a delivery that was deserving of a wicket.
Only if we had DRS here.
Certainly, that was a very, very close indeed. Too close for comfort, and now the Leeward Islands, as I said, are the ones...
They are on the back foot now.
Yep, who are feeling the heat at the moment. There's another delivery coming in, Tim. They should get a single. No, they don't. And so the pressure is still on Louis here to try to weather this storm. And this is all McAllister's doing because he's certainly come in here and has been bending his back. And you certainly you think back to that adventurous stroke play by Hamilton that basically gifted his wicket away. And now with Powell gone, they have exposed the tail here. Here's another delivery right on target. All of a sudden, McAllister has found the radar, and it's working for him now. He has good rhythm. He's running in and really bending his back here and giving his team a chance.
What would you do, Ruskin, with the next end? Would you leave Boyce or would you bring on maybe a Drakes?
I could probably leave Boyce because Boyce is turning away from the two right-handers. This one is played uppishly. He wants a single, but it's not there. And that completes another interesting over. And at the end of it, it's 223 for 6 now with 2 new batsmen. Neither one have scored just yet.
So Boyce will continue. He's getting ready. It's 223 for 6. Look how easy things would have changed. Powell and Jamal Hamilton after getting a partnership of 120. Powell and Jamal Hamilton went one after the other. They both fell with a score on 223.
So is there another twist to this encounter here? Can Barbados pick up another pepper here and put even more pressure on the Leeward Islands tail? So maybe, Ian, you might very well get your heroics from the big fella.
Let's hope it does. Let's hope it don't come down to that, because
why not? He's playing, so
anything could happen.
Yep. Yeah, the script might be written for him
to go with his 11 wickets.
Yep, that's a good shot, but again they can't get it through because this is a well set field for him, and doing his part here is Boyce.
And all of a sudden you see a change in the body language from the fielding team. They're found back their step.
And so it's going to be interesting now. Can James and Louis really negotiate this period here? Can they navigate their way through this a little difficulty that they're facing at the moment? Runs not that important at the moment. You just don't want to lose wickets in quick succession here. So if you play out a couple maidens, that's fine. Just make sure that you take responsibility for getting the team over the line from here. You're so close, but yet so far. Still 24 runs needed for victory. Outside the off-stump, a quicker delivery. If anything, he just probably lined it badly, just a little too far outside the off-stump. And, of course, James just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's 223 for 6.
And now Jai McAllister will continue the assault on Louis. And Louis got he had to survive. He survived a very confident and a very good shout for leg before wicket. Still want to know what was the reason for the umpire to say not out, but it looked very good from here.
Well, the umpires, of course, they're the ones in charge, and they're the closest to the action, as we see.
But they don't have the benefit of a replay.
Here is McAllister, and again, the runs have basically dried up now, but that's okay because they just need to see this little phase through, and then they can worry about getting over the line. But the key for the Leeward Islands here is to avoid losing any more wickets, certainly in quick succession. Just try to keep the bowlers out. He's edging and he's not caught. And that's another beauty from McAllister. And that is the end of Louis. Didn't trouble the scorers. It's 223 now for 7.
3 wickets. This is the 3rd wicket that have fallen on 223. Let's look at the replay again. McAllister.
Certainly playing at the ball well away from the body. He didn't even have to play at that delivery, but he certainly went after it, and a dolly of a catch that the Jonathan Drakes had slipped, and Barbados they are knocking at the door once again.
Now this brings up the big fella, Rakeem Cornwall, who has 2 Test 50s. So maybe it will be Cornwall to bring it home. Maybe. Because I know that he's not the kind of batsman to just stick around and look for 1s and 2s and dot balls. He would like to get it over with. But this is not what is required of the Leeward Islands at this point. It would be interesting to see how he will approach it, because his natural way is to get going.
Well, the thing with him is because he's such a good striker of the ball, you would probably back him to probably hit a couple of lusty blows, and just upset the plans. But he too would have to be very careful with his shot selection, and hopefully he will pick the right balls to hit, and certainly make sure that he can get his team over the line. So 223 for 7. And here he is edging past the man at that slip position. He was a 3rd slip wide, and that's 4 runs to Cornwall. So that pushes up to 227, and it brings the tally down to 20 runs away now.
And he's so nonchalantly walking back to the striker's end. Rakeem Cornwall.
He was square on, and he just used his hands to just guide that one past the slip cordon. And but I'm just thinking now they probably should really try to get another man in that slip cordon and try to really prevent anything from going through there. Cutting away, that's going to be down close to the 3rd man boundary. There is a man out there. He misfields it. Ooh. Well, he took a brilliant catch to get rid of Powell a short while ago, and then Wickham failed to prevent what was an easy stop by his own high standards, and back-to-back boundaries for the Leeward Islands.
A good shot. This wasn't to edge like the previous ball. It was a deliberate shot. And Rakeem Cornwall able to get 8 runs from the first 2 balls he faces.
But Cornwall is done. But I think that ball actually hit the rope.
Oh, so they only get 1 for it because maybe the fielder did not know that the ball did hit the rope. So we want to know how. Well, the umpire perhaps did not see the signal.
And that is strange, because that ball clearly hit the rope. What it didn't do, it didn't go over the rope.
It
so
didn't
it
go
hit
over
the
the
rope
rope
and kind of settled, right inside the boundary, but it clearly struck the rope.
So Rakeem Cornwall has been accredited with a single and not the 4 that we would have thought. So the ball hit in the rope, but gone unnoticed by the umpire.
Yes, this one is on the legs, and Cornwall trots a single. But that was strange, and well, in his defense, he probably didn't see it hit the boundary.
Yeah, because the ball was behind him.
But it would have been, it really would have been harsh if in that same over the Leewards were to lose a wicket with, say, James being dismissed as a result, or the very next ball or so, because it surely would have been Cornwall should have been facing, and it didn't turn out that way. But I suppose because the umpires don't have the benefit of a replay, they would not have seen the ball going into the ropes.
And if Leewards were to lose by 2 runs or 3 runs, that would be telling.
In the meantime, James looks like he's intent on keeping Boyce out. He just has a slip on a forward short leg for him. And then there's a nice little bit of protection outside on that offside. And
Rakim Cornwall seems to be keen to get on the other end.
And I don't think you want to be taking too many risks now in terms of quick singles. He's sweeping, and that's 4 runs. There's nobody down there. And that's really a gift there for him. And that will relieve some of the pressure on the Leeward Islands. They go up to 233 now for 7. They're 14 away.
I think the pendulum has swung back to the Leeward Islands. With these 2 4s and these couple overs. And if that previous 4 would have counted instead of 1,
it would have been 10. It would have been 11 away now. You never know. But it's just one of those things that happens, and when all the stars align, stuff like that happens, and that's exactly what has happened there. Waiting, and it's a slow turn. There's not much by way of prodigious spin or anything like that, and the ball is just taking its own merry time to turn. So you could see James just waiting on the back foot and just pushing it out in front of him. He swings, sweeps again. There's nobody down there again, and it's gone for 4 again. So he repeated the dose and picks up another boundary. So that brings it down to 10 now, required for a victory for the Leeward Islands. 2:37 for 7.
and they were trailing by a huge first innings score. To come back brilliantly in the second innings, bowl out Barbados for 78 behind 2 5-wicket hauls, one from Devon Thomas and of course Rakim Cornwall. They brought themselves back into the game, setting themselves a target of 247. Now they are 237 for 7. 10 runs away from a great comeback win, Ruskin.
Well, they've now put the deep square leg in position. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Short ball, and he's cracking this one into the offside. They think for a moment about a single. It's not fielded cleanly initially, but the batsmen decide against running on the misfield. So remember, Barbados had a lead of 168 runs on first innings, and then that debacle with the bat when they were bowled out for 78 in their second innings, setting a victory target of 247 for the Leeward Islands. And Kieran Powell with 104 set them up nicely here for a victory, aided by his captain Jamal Hamilton's 55, 34 from Monson Hodge doing his part as well. And here we are, 10 away now from a victory.
10 away with Rakim Cornwall. It could be this over. I remember in a CPL game, Hasnain for the Red Steel, well, the Night Riders at the time, Night Riders, bouncing Rakim Cornwall on this end, and the ball went in the top tier of the KFC stand.
Short ball, pulled away, through forward square leg. There's a man out there. He's going to get a single, and Cornwall jogs to the non-striker's end, and is happy with the single. And so they're 9 runs away from the victory target now. And the thing with Rakim Cornwall is that even the opposing players seem to have fun with him. He just kind of gets everybody in the game in a very light-hearted manner.
One of the more likable persons, one of the more likable cricketers in the Caribbean.
I think in world cricket, I think everybody roots for Rakim Cornwall. They want to see him do well, and they just want to see him perform. McAllister outside the off stump, really going for broke there, and not getting in. McAllister is having a word with him, but James doing the smart thing. He's just turning his back on him and telling him, not saying anything to him, but in essence what he's trying to tell him is, don't bother me. You got away with one there, because had he made contact, that probably would have flown down to third man for a boundary. It was wide, and he just couldn't catch up with it. Missed it. But McAllister, you have to be impressed. He hasn't given up. He's still trying outside the off stump again, and you could see him bending his back, and here he is again, right down in front of the batsman, and really trying to egg him on here to probably make a rash shot or do something out of character. But I think it's all in fun, because it's been a hard slug for them. This is going to be a bitter pill for Barbados to swallow. All Bajan cricket supporters probably scratching their heads right now, trying to figure out what went wrong, and why are they in this situation. Cutting edge down to third man it comes, and that's going to be 4 runs.
The second slip got a hand to it, couldn't stop it. Got the ferocity of that ball, and Kofi James gets 4 more. He moves on to 13. Cornwall is on 6. It's 242, just to 5 runs away now.
Well, they're inching closer and closer, and they really just deserve this, because over the 3 days or the 2.5 days, they certainly have played better cricket. They didn't bat well in their first innings. They batted much better in their second innings. They bowled particularly well in their second innings as well. Another short ball, and he's hitting this one. Well, he's hit it in front of the man at extra cover. Everybody would have been looking down to third man to see. He hit that ball so early that he hit it in front of just over the head of the extra cover fieldsman, and picked up another single. So we are 4 away now. It's 243. James is 14. Cornwall, who is on 6, fixes his gloves, and I think he's going to look around at the field to see who is where and where he could probably place this one. He could end it here now with a boundary. McAllister rubs his hands in the dirt and takes his time. Cornwall waits on him. He bowls, and Cornwall is walking into him and pushes the ball back along the wicket. And he was almost chipping into the fast bowler. And both of them almost collided because McAllister in his follow-through almost ended up in front of Cornwall. 243 for 7 at the end of the over.
Raheem Cornwall certainly amusing everyone, walking into someone of that pace of McAllister, almost like he would walk up to a spinner. So 243 for 7. The Hurricanes are just 4 runs away from victory. Kofi James is on 14, and Raheem Cornwall is on 6. McAllister 2 for 43, and now they decide to bring Drakes on the top end. Let's see what Drakes can do.
Actually, it's not. Well, I'm not sure. Yes, I think they're giving the ball back to Drakes. He had given it up. I don't know why, but he here they go again. So it's almost as if he doesn't want the ball to bowl. But I think he is the one who is going to try one last roll of the dice here now.
He's going around the wicket. I think he should try staying over the wicket to Kofi James, but apparently the swing is not available that he would have been getting
earlier this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's not there, but certainly this game has really ebbed and flowed. It looked all Barbados for most of the first 2 days. And here is James looking to end it all with one big swing. And I'm sure Cornwall is telling him, look at the field placings. And you don't need to do that. Just take your time and get the runs. We will get the runs eventually. I think what you're really trying to tell him is take a single and just give me a dip at him, and you say leave the heavy lifting to the big fella. And Drake's no doubt would probably be thinking if he could just pick up another one here and just put another twist in proceedings. He has 2 slips, and he has a man just forward of the umpire and mid wicket as well as a mid on and a fine leg on the onside. Pitching up, driven but not well timed, and can't get a run in the process. So we wait once more with the Leeward Islands. Really, Barbados 322 runs with a splendid century on the part of their captain Shane Dorish, 124. Holder made 43, and Cornwall had 6 for 50 in their first innings, and they look so much in control. And that's driven in the air, and he's out. Well, he just drove at one outside the off stump, and McCaskey takes a simple catch at that extra cover position, and that is the end of James. He goes for 14. They're still not over the line as yet. It's 243 now for 8.
Another twist. Now we have, I think, cut to come now will be Colin Archibald. Archibald is now, he's not a rabbit with a bat. He's handy with a bat. So the Barbados Pride are fighting back. 243 for 8. Kofi James now being dismissed to court McCaskey off the bowling of Jonathan Drakes, which is his first wicket in this innings for 14. And Raheem Cornwall still there on 6. You would have a word with Archibald as he comes in.
The funny thing is, I think yesterday we were talking about this, and I was saying, it doesn't matter if it's 248 for 9. Once you get over the line, they look like they're trying to hold me to that now. Because clearly they didn't plan on losing this many wickets. But to Barbados' credit, they're fighting every step of the way. And now Cornwall must be jittery at the non-striker's end because he can't help his team here at the moment. And would like very much to get down to the other end and see if he could end this tension here as quickly as possible. They're 4 runs away, and Drakes has the ball thinking about another wicket. They need 2. The Leewards need 4 runs. And they're not going to get it there. Archibald in behind it quite comfortably. So what a game this has turned out to be.
A very, very exciting game. And this is a game where we should have had a lot of school children in the stands because it's a very interesting game. The game swung so many different times. It started off Barbados were under pressure, then 100 from Shane Dorish, then Leewards were under some pressure. They were bowled out. They came back right into the game. So it's been both ways. A roller coaster game, you would call this.
Certainly it is. And somebody would say it's probably a good thing we didn't have any school children here because some of the shot making and stuff like that. You would tell them that is not how you play cricket, So, but the idea, I know the idea is to encourage them to look because you never know when the switch is going to go off in their heads, and they may develop a liking for the game, and just by seeing something out in the middle. And that's why you encourage parents to expose their kids to almost all types of sports and positive endeavors. Pitching up, driven, but again, he can't get it through. Because you never know what is going to attract them, at that point in time. It's the end of the over, another good one. It's 243 for 8. They still need the 4 runs. And again, there you could see it. Powell's brilliant 100. Hamilton 55, but 3 for 38 to Shem Holder and 2 for 59 to Boyce, Kamari Boyce. They're the ones who did the damage for Barbados. And now they looking at McAllister, who also came back, and I think he was the one that really opened the door for them with a blistering spell of fast bowling. The wicket didn't have much in it, but he didn't care. He got rid of Powell, and he also accounted for Louis, and just prized the door open and left it ajar, and now Cornwall is trying to close it. And the big fella just waits over his bat there. He's at the ready, and everybody just glued. Their all eyes are on him. And he's edging and he's dropped. Oh, well.
This is...
He hit it straight into the hand of Shamar Springer, and he put it down.
And usually, Shamar Springer eat those for lunch.
Well.
This
What more do you need?
And this would have just been Sheeno Burridge to come in. And that could have been the game there. Look at McAllister already celebrating. Now this, look at Dorwich. This for the
that is the agony of defeat there.
But for the neutrals and the purists, this has been a very nice game.
And he hit it, and that is going to end it. I would imagine he's gone down to the boundary for 4.
That's the game.
And that is the way that Cornwall has decided to end the agony here at the Queen's Park Oval. Victory to the Leeward Islands. They win by 2 wickets, but boy, did they make it tough on themselves. 247 now for 8. Cornwall is not out 10. Archibald is not out, no score. But what a fantastic game of cricket.
And what a way to rub salt on that drop catch. The very next ball. 4 runs on the victory.
So the Leewards really winning here, coming from behind, because they trailed in this game for most of the first 2 days. But they set it up nicely with an amazing bowling display late yesterday evening that saw them bowl out Barbados for 78 and then set 247 for a victory. They got 104 from Kieran Powell, 34 from Munson Hutch. Those two set the tone early this morning with a quick fire 69 to set them on their way. And then a little wobble, which saw Saunders go for 9, Thomas for 4, and Hayden Walsh, who batted at 5, surprisingly, out for 2. But then Jamar Hamilton with 55, and together with Kieran Powell, they put on, 120 for that 6th wicket, and for that 5th wicket, I should say. And then after that, they basically kind of navigated their way, not without alarm, I would have to say, because Barbados came right back into the game, thanks in the main to McAllister with a determined effort with the ball, and pricing out 2 quick wickets. Drake's added another one, and for a moment there, the game looked like it was tilting back towards Barbados, but then Cornwall and, of course, Kofi James as well with his 14, and Cornwall with his unbeaten 10 saw them over the line, and a victory to the Leeward Islands. So they pick up some valuable points here that will put them up the standings, I would imagine, when it's all said and done. But there is the scorecard, and congratulations again to the Leeward Islands, getting to 247 for 8 to win by 2 wickets in the end. And there is the bowling for you. We'll see the bowling in a minute, but McAllister, again, really was bending his back here late in the day, and he could easily have picked up the wicket of Cornwall. The ball before the victory was achieved, it went in and out of the hands of a Springer, and then Cornwall decided that's enough heartache for one day and ended the game. Drake's 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Jaya McAllister, 8.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. Shamar Springer, 7 overs, 0 for 48. Kamari Boyce, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 59. Shem Holder, 11 overs, 3 for 38, no maidens. And Jonathan Carter just bowled 2 overs that cost him 15 runs. And but for a long while, Barbados needed somebody to give them a breakthrough. They couldn't get it. And at the end of the day, the Leeward Islands held their nerve the longest. And they are the ones celebrating now a remarkable victory in the end, winning by 2 wickets. Ian Wilson.
Yes, a very good game of cricket. The pendulum swung all over the place. Barbados did very well to score over 300 runs, batting first, and to restrict the Leeward Islands to 154. And but of course, the brilliant bowling of Rakeem Cornwall and Devon Thomas swung the pendulum and brought the Leewards back into the game. And even so, you still think that 247 would be a score. While it is gettable, it gives Barbados a chance to defend and win the game. So the game was still even at that point. And of course, they lose a couple wickets early this morning. The opening partnership 69 between Munson Hodge and Karen Powell, who were batting at an ODI pace, and then the little wobble as you mentioned. So it's a good game, good performances. We have hundreds from the captains, Shane Dorwich. We had another 100 from Karen Powell. We had 2 5-wicket hauls from Rakeem Cornwall, another 5-wicket haul from Devon Thomas. So a lot of good performances. And if you were to pick a man of the match of this game, I would certainly pick the 11 wickets for Rakeem Cornwall, but there was also that very important 100 from Karen Powell. But I would give it. I would choose Rakeem Cornwall for his 11 wickets. Who would you choose, Ruskin?
I would go with Rakeem Cornwall as well, because I think he was the one who basically turned this game on its head to make sure that they got themselves into this position and eventually got the victory. So Rakeem Cornwall would be the man that I would choose as the player of the game because of he did it in both innings.
Yes.
He got the 6 wickets in the first innings, came back and got 6 for 50 in the first, 5 for 19 in the second, and so 11 wickets in the match. And but it's in that second innings, and more importantly is when he took his wickets up, because the Leewards couldn't get anything, and he just came on and really started to run through the Barbados batting, and then of course Dorwich came and produced that splendid 100 to guide his team through. In the second innings again, when the Leewards needed somebody to come and get them wickets, they handed the ball to Cornwall, and immediately he started to operate on the Barbados batsmen, and together with his partner in crime, if you know what I mean, Devon Thomas, they were able to slice through the Bajan batting and got themselves into a position where they had a chance at the victory, being set 247 to win, and more importantly, they actually got the run. So that is a credit to him, and then to almost as if to say, to solidify or to put the exclamation point on the victory, Rakeem Cornwall hit the winning runs as well to make it a victory all the same for them. So again, congratulations to the Leeward Islands. Tough luck to Barbados. They must still be kicking themselves, wondering how it is they could have lost this game from being in such a strong and dominant position in the first, day and 3/4, so to speak, until very late in the dregs last evening when they were bowled out for that stunning 78 at the Queen's Park Oval. And we have to say it's on a wicket that was a fair wicket. It really had no real terrors in the wicket. And if you applied yourself, you can score runs. We've seen so many batsmen get into double figures. We had 200s in the game, and we had a couple half centuries to go with that. But at the end of the day, is, which team held its nerves the longest, and in the end, that proved to be the Leeward Islands. So congratulations to them. Again, folks, this is where we're going to have to leave you, but what a stunning display from the Leeward Islands to come all the way back from being 168 runs behind on first innings to really produce an amazing display in the field, and then to come now and build on that with a gutsy batting performance. They had their moments when they didn't look like they wanted to win the game, but in the end, they got over the line, and they lost 8 wickets in the process, but it doesn't matter. All it says is the Leeward Islands Hurricanes won by 2 wickets. So on behalf of Ian Wilson, Colin Murray, and Joel Manning, and the entire technical team, Ronnie Bikram Das, and everybody else helping us out here, all the cameramen, Jerome Lean and company, we want to thank them so much for making it possible. And we invite you to stay with West Indies Cricket as we continue our coverage of the West Indies Championships. We'll be back here next Wednesday with another encounter, 4th round encounter. We hope you could join us for that. Remember, there are 2 other games that are being played at this time that are still in progress, so you could follow those as well. So here it is, Jamaica, 120 for 4 in their second innings, much improved from the 101 they scored in the first innings, and they're chasing a target well over 400. And Trinidad and Tobago are 1 without loss as they try to come from behind, similarly to what the Leeward Islands did here, as Guyana declared a 247 for 6 in their second innings. And just like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago facing a mammoth total, and they're going to have some work to do. They're going to really have to bat the rest of today and tomorrow in order to either win the game or draw the game. But it's all Guyana right now. They're holding all the cards. And so it should be interesting to see how these games end. If the Windwards win, the Leewards have won. It could be that if Trinidad and Tobago cannot come back and win this game, it would mean that Guyana would remain at the top of the table. But those below them, there'll be a shuffling of the pack, so to speak, under there. Where will Barbados end up is left to be seen, because it's like thin margins separating the teams coming in. So it's still left to be seen. But that wouldn't be decided probably until tomorrow when these 2 games conclude. But for us here at the Oval, it's still nice and bright and sunny, but it might be a little bit cloudy in Barbados as they struggled mightily with the bat yesterday, and then they couldn't get the job done with the ball. And certainly slumped to a stunning defeat when it was all said and done. So congratulations again to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, winning here by 2 wickets. Again, Barbados 322 and 78, and the Leeward Islands 154 and 247 for 8, winning by 2 wickets. So that is it from the Queen's Park Oval, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your cricket viewing on West Indies Cricket Board TV.
you